splashing in early morning puddles of rain. Dressed in satin and lace, I heard Mommy call my name. And I ran into her warmly waiting arms. Securely placed in my seat in the car, so afraid I could hear my heart beat away at the thought of attending a Sissy baby school. Never had I ever felt like such a fool. Struggling to glance beneath a glowering haze. The building came into view, too late to turn away. I knew there was no place for me to hide. It was sunny now, as Mommy calmly explained. About being well behaved when playing with others my age. Suddenly, tears of sorrow got in the way. I cried, turned and slipped, fell hard against both my shins, exposing my plastic diaper to students who giggled passing by. The whole time my eyes were closed until Mommy set me on my toes. Once I saw their dangling pacifiers and frilly clothes, I could only smile and breathe a sigh. Looking back, Mommy proudly waved goodbye. I brushed off my dress with her smile clear in my eyes, and hurried left, towards the side entrance doors. So colorful was the tile hallway, busy with diapered classmates. Most were crawling swiftly along in lovely petticoats. Sweet instances of baby powder and perfume filled my nose. I tried hard to find which class I was in, when the bell began to ring. I could already feel the looming fear of falling behind. Suddenly I lost control and wet until my diaper was soaked. Just as Mickey, the school nurse, grabbed my hand in kind. She quickly changed me, dressing my hair with a beautiful bow. I was escorted to music class holding a special pink note, happily saved on my very first day of Sissy baby school. Mum and I would visit the city every month or two. She likes the much bigger choice of clothes shops and bargain stores, whilst I enjoy the gadget and media stores and visiting the museums. Mum likes galleries, which can be tedious, depending on the exhibition. But the same can be said for the museums. This time, there's a new indoor market she wants to visit. It's set on 3 floors of some big old warehouse. So each floor is huge, filled with seemingly hundreds of little stores selling games and gadgets, records, furniture, junk, posters, vintage, modern and even military fashions. All sorts of stuff. There's almost nothing to buy but plenty to look at. It's almost a museum or art gallery in its own right. You look at these, Mum said, gently taking hold of the skirt of a delicate-looking dress. Aren't they beautiful? I guess, I said, as we peered into the small stall that seemed to be almost bursting at the seams with the number of dresses on its rails. Each and every one is as frilly can be. I sometimes wish you were a girl so I could buy you things like this, she sighed. I didn't know how to respond. I gulped and looked up at her. She smiled and told me not to worry. Boys don't wear dresses, she added. On our previous visit to the city, there was an exhibition of vintage children's clothing at the big museum. It was mostly boring because most of the exhibits were dresses. But it was interesting too because one tends to learn things that they never knew beforehand. One thing I learned at that exhibition was that boys did once wear dresses. We used to, I said. They had some at that exhibition. Oh yes, they didn't they? Mum replied in an almost enlightened tone. She stepped into the stall and began browsing. I dutifully followed but felt more than a little out of place. Some of these aren't dissimilar to some of those dresses, she commented, referring back to the exhibition. Which ones? I asked. The boys or the girls? Both really, she smiled. There wasn't much difference between the boys' and girls' dresses. I cast my mind back and visualized some of the photographic exhibits, and Mum is absolutely right. It's weird that boys used to wear dresses, and now we don't. But girls never used to wear pants, and now they do. I pondered. It is when you think about it, isn't it? Mum replied as she perused some pastel-colored petticoats. It'd make more sense if we just wore both. I suppose it would, Mum replied. But if there's one thing you'll learn when you're a grown-up, she paused as she picked up a shoe. Most of the time the world doesn't make much sense. She put the shoe back and having browsed all around the tiny stall, she asked if I'd seen anything I like. I shook my head, quickly glanced around, and said, "They're all girls' clothes. They're all dresses." Mum retorted as if correcting me. She reminded me of the boys' dresses in the exhibition last month. "Do you think those boys thought they were wearing girls' clothes or just dresses?" she asked. I pondered for a few seconds. Just dresses, I guess. It's just a matter of perception, really. Yeah. Like when girls dress like this. I looked down at my jumper, jeans, and trainers. They're not wearing boys' clothes. They're just wearing clothes. Exactly, Mum said. She cast her eyes around the stall again and said, "Imagine a world in which both boys and girls can wear dresses." She paused and I pulled my perplexed expression. "Now have a look around to see if there's anything you like." "But," I grimaced, "they're all dressed." "I know." Mum chuckled. "We're pretending that doesn't matter. You're not going to buy me it, are you?" I gulped. "Have you found something already?" my mother knowingly asked. I pointed out a dress, made it clear that I didn't like it. But it did make me smile when I noticed it. Mum lifted the dress from the rail. "Skulls." "Typical," she grinned. "It's horrible." "It's cool." "I was thinking you might have seen something on that rail," Mum said as she put the dress back. "Why?" I asked. "Because you were looking at them when I was looking at the petticoats," she informed me. "They are quite similar to the dresses boys used to wear." "So?" I muttered. I cast my eyes across the resplendent pastel spectrum arranged in yellows, pinks, purples, greens and blues. "Well, this is the sort of dress girls wear these days," she said, referring to the skull dress. "Some girls anyway. And girls a bit older than you." I was so transfixed by the frilly pastel-colored frocks that my mother's words barely registered. "They all look so frilly and prissy that even the girls don't wear them." "Not any girls I've seen anyway." Mum commented on the colors and said they looked nice. "Some of the darker blue ones look okay, I guess," I said. "All the rest look like they've fallen out of a packet of refreshers or love hearts." Mum chuckled at my description. "They do a bit, don't they?" she said as she had a closer look at the blue end of the spectrum. She pulled out a few pastel blue frocks and asked my opinion. "Too pale and too frilly," was my reply. "I could imagine boys wearing one of these," she said, picking a dark blue frock from the very end of the rail. "That looks okay," I said. "It'd be better without that bow," I added. "Ooh. I quite like that," Mum said. "But it could be removed, I suppose," she said as she held it against me. I surprised myself when I didn't recoil and leap back to distance myself from it. She removed it from my chest and held it aloft. "Shall we?" she asked. I gulped and glanced nervously at the frock. "It could be our little secret," she added. I gulped and nodded, biting my lip. Many of the little stalls aren't manned, so payment is made on the ground floor. I browse the fantasy fiction and RPG stall whilst Mum waits to pay. I curse myself for not shaking my head instead of nodding. It was nothing more than an imaginary toss of the coin. I was on the verge of saying no, but right at the last nanosecond, I thought, maybe I won't be asked again, so I nodded. "You were a long time," I said when Mum finally came and met me. "Sorry. There wasn't much of a queue, but they weren't exactly serving anyone very quickly," she said. I glanced nervously at the new bag in her hand. "Shall we go?" she asked. I nodded. I knew I was being unusually quiet as we strolled past the windows on this busy shopping street. I sensed that my mother was waiting for me to say something, which made me all the more reluctant to break the silence. After a few minutes, Mum said, I can't believe we just did that. I couldn't either. However, I still couldn't think of anything to say. We glanced at each other. I didn't come with the intention of buying you a dress today. It just sort of happened, she said. Our eyes met again, briefly. You don't mind, do you? I don't know, I said. Do I have to wear it? Well, it seems a bit silly if you don't, she said. But I won't tell anyone. And we can hide it in my room if you prefer. I think that's a good idea, I replied, almost grimacing. Dunno what my friends would say if they saw it in my room. We strolled in silence for a little while longer until Mum said, I suppose you'll be needing shoes too. What kind of shoes? I hesitantly asked. Well, deck shoes would look nice with it, she replied. Navy blue or white ones, she added. As would a nice pair of Mary Janes. Are they girls' shoes? I asked, looking up at her. She smiled down at me and nodded. Remember those T-bar sandals you used to wear for school when you were about 6 or 7? She asked. I did. Well, they're a bit like those, Mum informed me. Although deck shoes would be cheaper. Whenever we visit the city, Mum likes to browse the discount stores as well as the high street stores. She's also partial to a bit of charity shopping, and there are loads. Since it's a Tuesday, the city isn't very busy. So as I'm looking for a pair of deck-type shoes on the boys' shelves in TK Maxx, I'm not too embarrassed when Mum appears with a pair of dark blue girls' shoes for me to try. I'm a 4.5. I state when I notice their size is 5.5. I know, but girls' shoes are sized a bit smaller than boys. So these should be about right, Mum says. I glance around before discreetly pushing my feet into them. I don't fasten the buckles, but I do stand. How do they feel? I don't like the heel. It's tiny, Mum claimed. Do they fit okay? They're a bit tight. A bit tight or very tight? A bit. On the toe and heel or on the sides? I flexed my foot and wiggled my toes as best I could. A bit of both, I guess. Mum said as I sat and she crouched. The shoes were removed and Mum asked, what do you think? I think I'd prefer deck shoes. Did you find any? She asked. I shook my head. Well, these will do, I suppose. They were a bit tight, I claimed as I pulled my trainers back on. I think they'll be okay, Mum supposed. I browsed the toys and games whilst Mum queued for the tills. The drive from the city back to our village takes about an hour and a quarter. I spent every moment having second thoughts about saying yes to the dress. And the shoes? Although technically I didn't say yes to those. Mum just bought them for me. When we arrived home, Mum wasted no time unpacking my dress and asked me if I wanted to try it. Well, not really, but I guess I'll have to, I sheepishly reply. I got these too. Whilst you were in that role-playing shop, she said. Tights? I gulped. Well, it was either these or white knee socks, Mum said. And given the time of year, I figured tights would be better. With help and encouragement from my mother, I was soon wearing the navy blue sailor dress, the white tights and my new shoes. The buckles were really fiddly, so Mum fastened them for me. Then she stood me up to have a look. Does it feel as bad as you'd imagined? She asked. It's okay, I guess, I timidly replied. These tights feel weird though. And the shoes, do they fit better now? Mum asked. I wiggled my toes and flexed my feet and nodded. I had a feeling they would. After a short silence in which my mother smiled down on me and I looked down at myself, Mum asked if I wanted to keep it on for a while. Or are you desperate to take it off? Now I'll keep it on for a bit, if that's okay, I said. Of course it's okay. Mum grinned. Come on, let's watch TV. I spent the entire evening wearing the dress. And about 4 or 5 days later, I wore it again. I probably left it a fortnight before I wore it for a third time. Mum asked if I liked wearing it and I nodded. I don't think I'd wear it outside, but I like knocking about the house in it. I told her. Something to wear on a rainy day. Mum said. When there's nowhere to go and no one to visit. Yeah. I bashfully replied. You don't mind, do you? I cautiously asked. I wouldn't have bought it if I did, Mum told me. In fact, I'm glad you like wearing it. It'd have been a bit of a waste if you only tried it once. My nautical dress did become a bit of a regular rainy day outfit. Mum bought me some new tights after I accidentally laddered my first pair. All of a sudden I had a choice between woolly white tights and navy blue school tights. Mum had also found the book that accompanied the exhibition of children's Victorian clothing we'd visited. There in its pages is a chapter all about the days when it was normal for boys to wear dresses. I learned that for boys my age, their dresses were only worn for special occasions rather than daily. Younger boys, up to the age of 5 or even 7 years old, apparently wore dresses all the time. I often found myself flicking through it, paying more attention to the pictures than the words. Baffled by just how girly some of the boys' frocks are. But I guess in them days they probably didn't consider them girly. Just nice or ornate. Possibly even pretty. No matter how many times I look at these 2 pages, I find it difficult to believe that there's only one girl in all of those photographs. At some point or another, I've imagined being each and every one of those boys. One afternoon a month or so later, I sauntered home through an April shower with one thing on my mind. Getting home. Warming up under the shower. And wearing my cozy frocks and thick woolly tights for the rest of the evening. I was drenched by the time I arrived, and predictably, Mum told me that I looked like a drowned rat. She placed a large bag on the kitchen table and said, I bought you something. What is it? I asked as she slid the bag towards me. Something for a rainy day, she smiled. I bit my lip as I lifted the garment from the bag. Oh, Mum. I bashfully commented. Do you like it? She asked. I know it's a bit of a step up from your sailor dress, but... She paused as my jaw slowly dropped. And now spring's just around the corner. I thought it would be nice to have a new one, she added. I was kinda gobsmacked. I really wasn't expecting it. Well. What do you think? She asked again. It's not too girly, is it? It'd be better without those bows. I gulped. I like the one on the collar, but I wasn't so sure about these either. She said, taking hold of the skirt and thumbing one of the bows. Thinking about it, I never did get round to taking the bow off your sailor dress. I know, I said. Although I have got used to it being there. I got you a little something else too. She said, dipping her hand deep into the bag and removing a small carrier bag. Again I asked what it was, expecting socks or tights. Well. You might not want them, she said as I took it from her. But it doesn't seem right somehow. Not having anything nice to wear underneath. I peered inside the bag before dipping my hand inside. I removed and unfolded a pair of knickers and a matching training bra. White, trimmed with frilly red lace and decorated with a cherry pattern. Beneath these, a pair of white ankle socks with half an inch of frilly lace trim around the ankles. These look really girly, Mum. I shyly stated. I know, Mum said as a bashful smile swept her face. You remember when I said that I sometimes wished you were a girl? So could buy you nice things? Yeah. Well. Now I can. She smiled. If you'll let me. I smiled and nodded. Shopping with Mother would never be the same again. So what's this I've heard about a protest tomorrow? Toby's mother asked when he arrived home from school. Something to do with the boys not being allowed to wear shorts. Yeah, some of them are going to wear skirts tomorrow, he replied. So they claim anyway. And are you going to be involved? No, he bluntly retorted. Why not? Because it's a stupid idea. But, wouldn't you like the option of wearing shorts when the weather's hot? Not really, he shrugged. I only wear shorts when I have to. Well, don't you think it's important that the boys who'd prefer to wear shorts should be allowed to? She asked. Yeah, he replied. Course. Then maybe you should take part in the protest, his mother suggested. Nah, he replied. It's a stupid protest and I'd look stupid in a skirt. Have you worn one? No. Then how do you know you'd look stupid? Because boys don't wear skirts. They will be tomorrow, his mother smiled. Anyway, just because boys don't normally wear skirts doesn't mean they'd look stupid if they did, she added. Reminding me that boys and men in Scotland and Ireland often wear kilts. Yeah, but we're not in Scotland or Ireland, and a kilt isn't a skirt. The skirts at your school are very similar to a kilt, his mother retorted. Being pleated and plaid, she's not wrong. Yeah, but... Toby began. But he didn't have anything to say. After a short silence, he asked if he could go and get changed. Homework first, his mother replied. Oh, he whined. In the last few weeks, Toby's mother has decided that he's not allowed out of his school uniform until his homework is complete. This was in the hope that he'll do it sooner rather than later. You know the rules, Toby. School isn't over till you've done your homework. She reminded him. Okay, he moaned, before grabbing his school bag and heading to his room. He hollered from his room. Yes, his mother hollered back from the kitchen. Why is there a skirt on my bed? He asked from the landing. His mother appeared in the hallway below. Her face bore the broadest of grins. It's for tomorrow, she told him. But you can try it on now if you want. I told you that I'm not getting involved, he replied in exasperation. Why not? His mother asked. It's a peaceful protest and you should get involved, she stated. I bought it especially. Toby's mother has always been a keen protester. Only last summer she was protesting against fracking. In her youth, she protested against the poll tax. As well as this, she had camped at Newbury for a couple of months. She marched against the bombing of Iraq. More recently, she had marched against the government's penny-pinching austerity policies. She strongly believes that if you want something, you have to at least stand up and be counted. Through a combination of logic and pestering, Toby reluctantly donned the skirt. It's really short, he whined. His fingers hovered nervously around the pleated hem. It's certainly not too short, she said. Most of the girls wear them that length, she added. I'm not a girl, he said, putting his hands on its waistband. And the waist should be lower. That's where your waist is, she informed him. Not on my trousers it isn't, he stated. It's not a pair of trousers, she stated. Turn around, let me have a proper look, she asked. It looks ridiculous, he moaned as he kicked out his foot, bearing a black leather lace-up shoe and a wrinkly grey ankle sock. No, it doesn't, his mother claimed. But it could look better. How? Well, you could pull your socks up for a start, she smiled. He sneered and said his hairy legs looked stupid. They're not that hairy, she said, before suggesting that he get on with his homework. He asked if he could put his trousers back on. No, she said. You can get used to that for a while. Oh, he whined. She gave him the look. He sighed and slumped at his desk. His pale fuzzy knees knocked nervously together as he shyly smoothed it over his lap. Actually, you can do your homework downstairs where I can keep an eye on you. Oh, what if someone comes round and sees me? You're practicing for tomorrow's protest. What's there to practice? He quizzed. All we're doing is wearing skirts. And that's what you need to practice, she replied. He adopted a bemused expression. For a start, you need to remember to keep your knees together, she said, drawing his attention to the fact that his had parted. He snapped them shut. She smiled and informed him that he needs to learn how to not flash his underwear. Come on, she said. He bundled his books and pencil case and followed his mother downstairs. His skirt swished with every step, and whilst it didn't feel uncomfortable to wear, he certainly felt uncomfortable wearing it. As they descended the stairs, Toby told himself that he'd avoid his reflection in the hallway mirror, but his mother had other ideas. She drew him to a halt at the foot of the stairs and he had no option but to face himself. It looks quite nice, his mother claimed. My legs look stupid, he said. His grey socks stand halfway up his calves and the pale fuzzy hairs make his legs appear out of focus. They'd look better with different socks on, his mother said. They look stupid because they're hairy, he replied. They're not that bad, his mother insisted before setting him down at the kitchen table to do his homework. She instructed him how to sit without scrunching the pleats and to always smooth them over his lap. She'd infrequently say knees as she pottered around him and he'd instantly snap them together. She suggested putting him in a pair of frilly knickers to encourage him to keep them together. She suggested wearing a pair of shorts beneath it. None of your shorts are short enough, she informed him. And I was only joking about the knickers. Just try to remember to keep your knees together, she advised. Toby sat and did his homework whilst his mother did the ironing. Their supper simmered on the hob. He began to shut his books and put his stationery away. Have you finished? She asked. Yeah, he replied. Can I get changed now? He asked. I think you should keep it on until bath time, his mother replied. Of course, he whined at this suggestion. But his mother told him that he'll be wearing it all day at school tomorrow, so a few more hours tonight won't do any harm. He wore it whilst eating and wore it whilst washing the dishes. He wore it whilst watching TV and got used to wearing the unusual garment. But he still felt it looked stupid. His mother said that didn't matter. In fact, it's the core of the protest, she claimed. Toby reiterated that it's not so much the skirt, but his legs. The following morning he sits at the breakfast table, nervously shoveling his bowl of cereal into his mouth. I'm going to feel like such a ninny today, he moans. No you won't, his mother claims. Plenty of other boys will be wearing skirts. And if you believe in having the right to wear shorts in the future, you've got to make a stand now. He knows she's right but would rather others make the stand, and he didn't. Having tried the skirt for size the previous evening, Toby knew it looked stupid with his hairy legs and boy's grey ankle socks. His mother addressed that by giving him a tube of Veet and a pair of nice socks. I look like a girl. Toby moaned as he looked down at his hairless legs and scallop-topped ankle socks. No, you don't. You look like a boy in a skirt, his mother replied. At least now your legs look nice rather than stupid, she said. He's as nervous as hell as he grabs his school bag before being shown to the door. His mother tells him how proud she is before he steps out alone. Ironically, the 5-day heatwave is drawing to a close and the air is distinctly cooler than previous days. The breeze is up and he fears it might catch his skirt and reveal his underpants. He keeps his hands ready to grab it should that happen. But not having any pockets, he doesn't really know what else to do with them. The first group of schoolboys he sees is all wearing trousers and he begins to worry that he might be the only one. But as he nears the main road and even more groups of school kids, he breathes a sigh of relief when he sees other boys have joined in the protest and are attending wearing the girls' uniform. He sniggers. They mostly look ridiculous, especially the older boys with stubbly chins and really hairy legs. The girls laugh and coo. There's a handful of journalists and photographers at the school gates chatting to a group of maybe 10 or 15 skirted boys. He and many others avoid the cameras. But they can't avoid the attention of the girls. All in all, he figures there are maybe 50 or 60 boys taking part in the protest, so he's certainly not alone. But so far as he can tell, All of the others are wearing their skirts considerably longer than he is. And the girls waste no time in pointing out that, unlike the others, he's had the good sense to shave his legs and wear some nice socks. Glumly, he tells them that he didn't shave his legs but used some cream that his mum had given him. I didn't really want to. Not just for one day, but my mum insisted, he reluctantly informed the crowd that had gathered around him, and a handful of other skirted boys. It's not just for one day, one of the other boys claimed. It's till the end of term. Or until they change the uniform rules. Whichever is sooner. Some of the others said they were only going to do it once, to make a point. Tomorrow, they'll be back in long pants, or shorts if they are allowed. Having removed the hair from his legs, it was presumed that he was in for a long protest. Possibly lasting until the end of term. A whole 5 weeks away. The boys involved weren't punished for taking part in the protest. In fact, their endeavor was praised by many teachers. However, it was suggested that they don't wear skirts again tomorrow because they've made their point. So how was school today? His mother asked upon his arrival home at around 3:15 p.m. Okay, he mumbled. Can I get changed? He asked. Have you got any homework? A bit, he replied. Well, you can change after you've done it. But can't I at least put my trousers on? You've got a uniform on, that's all that matters, his mother replied. Were lots of other boys wearing skirts today? She asked. Not really, a few. Really, his mother replied, sounding surprised. It's all over Facebook and from what I could tell. Plenty of boys turned up wearing skirts today. Some estimate as many as 70, she informed him. And you'll never guess what? What? You made it on the Today program. Just a brief glimpse. But it's clearly you, his mother said. Toby wasn't entirely sure what she was on about. So she opened up her laptop, logged into Facebook, and quickly found the brief video someone had posted. It's only 20 seconds. She paused it at just the right moment and tapped her manicured nail on the screen. There, see, she grinned. Toby's jaw dropped. Oh God, my skirt's really short, he realized. No it isn't, his mother claimed. It's all the other boys, theirs are far too long. Everyone kept saying it was really short but I didn't think it was that bad. It's not really short, she insisted. It's the same length the girls wear them, high mid-thigh, she told him. Were they impressed that you'd shaved your legs too? She asked. I didn't shave them, he insisted for the umpteenth time. You know I didn't. Well, epilated, his mother retorted. I bet the girls were impressed. Some of them said they looked nice, he humbly replied, sneering a little. But loads of people took the mickey out of me. I'm sure plenty of boys were being teased. They were wearing skirts after all. Even the boys wearing skirts were teasing me. But more because of my socks than my legs. I bet the girls liked them though, his mother smiled. Anyway, I also read on Facebook that you'll be keeping up the protest until the uniform policy is changed. Nah, most of them said they were only doing it for the day, to make a point. Meaning some of you will be keeping up the protest, his mother replied. And who knows, even more boys might turn up in skirts tomorrow. I doubt it, most of those who did today said they wouldn't, he told her. And the teachers said we shouldn't. Why? His mother quizzed. You have every right to a peaceful protest and you have every right to continue that protest, she claimed. It's not as if you're breaking any rules. I know but. They talked extensively about how certain freedoms have to be fought for. The suffragist movements. Workers' rights. Women's rights. Gay rights. Women would have never got the vote if they'd only spent one day protesting. And if it wasn't for the workers' uprising, boys like you wouldn't even have the right to an education. You'd be working 12-hour days, 7 days a week with no holidays and low pay. If you want something, you have to fight for it, she claimed. adding metaphorically, that is. Yeah, but I'm not that bothered about wearing shorts. It's supposed to be a fight for the greater good. Not a personal struggle, his mother claimed. I protested against the poll tax on behalf of those who couldn't afford it. I marched against the invasion of Iraq for the people who live there. I'm neither gay, trans or disabled but support their rights, she went on. Toby listened with intent and raised a few contrary points of his own. But his mother, being a seasoned debater, easily refuted them. So, I'm wearing this tomorrow whether I like it or not, he mournfully asked. You may as well. Giving up at this early stage is pointless. And it can't be that bad. It's just a skirt, his mother reckoned. Much against his better judgment. Toby attended school the following day wearing the skirt again. The numbers engaging with the protest had dwindled to around 30 boys in the entire school. But fortunately for Toby, he wasn't the only one in his class. The other boy who'd been quite vocal about keeping up the protest until the uniform rules are changed had also returned wearing a skirt. At break and lunch, the skirted boys gravitate to one another. Chants of "We want shorts" are quickly quelled by the teachers who tell them that if they want to exercise their right to protest, they must do it quietly and orderly. Concerned that the teachers were trying to stifle their democratic freedoms, the boys decided to try to recruit more to their cause. Toby isn't keen because he's not as keen on the cause as the others assume he is. If he'd had better debating skills, he'd have never worn one in the first place. And given the choice, he'd rather wear long trousers than shorts anyway. But his lack of debating skills gets the better of him. He ends up going with the majority. He even ends up helping to produce the campaign leaflets. He helps to write a rousing article for the school magazine, using some of his mother's arguments and examples of why it's important to stand up and be counted. The following week, numbers are up and by Wednesday, around 50 boys turn up wearing skirts. How was school today? His mother asked. Did you cope okay in the rain? Yeah, I guess, he said. Truth be told, walking to school wearing a short skirt in the driving rain was probably better than wearing trousers. His legs dried out far quicker than a pair of trousers would have. The rain had cleared by lunchtime, but the temperatures had dropped considerably after the recent heat wave. He casually mentioned that it was a little bit chilly and wondered how the girls cope when it's really cold. They wear tights, his mother replied. Not all of them, he countered, listing a handful of girls who somehow managed to brave the entire winter in either knee or ankle socks. True, his mother said. She claimed that girls are just tougher than boys in that respect. They're used to baring their legs and have simply become more acclimatized. She tells him that she'd buy him some tights if he wanted. No way, he blurted. They'd think I was a right ninny if I turned up wearing tights. I had a feeling you'd say that, his mother said. So I bought you some knee socks instead. She passed him a paper bag and he delved inside. Mum, these are girls' ones. Toby moaned. And so are the ankle socks you've been wearing. I know, but at least they don't have patterns. The next day, Toby was the brunt of numerous taunts and teases thanks to his Pellerin knee socks. He tried to hide their girly style by scrunching them down to the ankles. But the rule for the girls is if knee socks are worn, they must be pulled up, and his teachers insisted that he was too. Plenty of girls praised his socks though. Coupled with the fact that he's got rid of his leg hair and wears his skirt nice and short as most girls do, they've come to believe that he's the only boy who's actually trying to look nice. Little do they know that if it was up to him, he'd have never gotten involved in the stupid protest in the first place. After 2 weeks of promoting their campaign, it seems that around 50% of the boys have joined in the protest. They were now regularly attending school wearing skirts, either sourced from their sisters or bought specially for the ongoing protest. Their parents seem to be backing them. The teachers seem to think they're going too far. And the headmistress, Deputy and members of the PTA are reported up in arms regarding the continued protest. After 3 weeks, there's a significant breakthrough. The school has decided to review their uniform policy. But it's not enough. They don't want a review. They want change, and they want it now. Some 30% of the boys continue wearing skirts throughout the following weeks. As the end of term nears, they feel victorious when it's announced in the morning assembly that after a lengthy protest and plenty of consideration from both staff and PTA members, from the beginning of next term, boys and girls will be permitted to wear short trousers if they wish. A joyous cheer erupts in the hall. It takes a few moments for the headmistress to quieten them down. The revised uniform regulations have been posted on the notice board and the school website has been updated, she informed the assembly. Hopefully this ridiculous protest will cease here and now, she sternly said. One of the boys put his hand up. So, can we wear shorts tomorrow or? I stated quite clearly that the new rules will come into effect at the beginning of next term, the headmistress impatiently retorted. If you feel it's too warm for long trousers, David, then, by all means, wear your skirt tomorrow. The assembly is dismissed and they head to their respective classes with a strong sense of triumph. Their sense of triumph, however, is short-lived. At morning break, a handful of pupils bother to read the new uniform regulations on the notice board. The rumor spreads quickly, and during lunchtime, seemingly half the school are trying to read the new regulations. What the headmistress failed to tell the assembly was that from the beginning of next term, long trousers will no longer be permitted. How was school today? His mother asked when he returned home. Have you heard? He asked. Heard what? About the changes to the school uniform rules, he said. His mother shook her head. Well, we can wear shorts from the beginning of next term. That's wonderful, his mother exclaimed. I told you that it's worth standing up for what you believe in, she smiled. But noticing her son's total lack of enthusiasm said, That's good news, isn't it? Not really, he moaned before informing her that they won't be allowed to wear long pants anymore. Not even in winter, he whined. I see, his mother cautiously replied. Well, they do say be careful what you wish for. He raised an eyebrow at his mother and slumped onto a chair, arranging his skirt on his lap as he did so. I wouldn't mind, but I wasn't that bothered about wearing shorts. It was your idea that I got involved. And it was you who chose to continue the protest, she said. I only expected it to last for one day. So did I, he muttered. It was the others who pestered me into carrying on. And what do they think of the new rule? His mother asked. They think we've been had, he replied. And we have. Even the girls are annoyed with us. Because they can't wear long trousers either, she asked. Her son nodded, slumped into his fist, and sighed through his nostrils. It's gonna be freezing in winter, he grumbled. It's not gonna be that warm in September, he added. So, what are they like? His mother asked. He shrugged and said he wasn't sure. It's on the school website apparently. Oh, I'll have a look later, she said. Aren't you bothered by it? He asked. Don't you think it's unfair? He quizzed. We wanted the right to wear shorts. Not to have our right to wear long pants taken away, he claimed. Well, you could always boycott the shorts. No one's making you wear them. What, and wear this instead, he retorted, sneering at his skirt. Well, you've been wearing it quite happily so far, his mother reminded him. Quite happily is something of an over-exaggeration. Toby's been more than willing to wear his skirt, but only for the cause he'd been swept along with. Not wearing it would have let the others down. I'll be wearing my trousers tomorrow, he grumbled. And every day after that whilst I still can. It's entirely up to you, love, his mother replied. Have you got any homework? Yes, he replied. Well, you get on with that, then you can get changed, she told him. And pull your socks up, you know I don't like it when they're wonky. Toby kicked his feet out in front of him and straightened his socks, making sure that the ballerina pattern was straight and the tops were level. He completed his homework, then changed out of his uniform and hung his skirt up once and for all. Later that evening, his mother tells him that she'd had a look at the school website. She told him that the new school shorts aren't anything like she'd imagined. "I thought they'd be cargo-style shorts. But they're really quite short," she said. "How short?" he asked. "An inside leg between 1 and 3 inches. Which means they'll be about." She placed her hand high on her lap. "That short?" "No way," he gasped. "That's shorter than my skirt," he added. Even with knee socks, they'd be freezing in the middle of February, he presumed. "Not if you wear tights," his mother informed him. "I can't wear tights." "You can." "It says so," she replied. "I'm not wearing tights," he stated. "You won't be saying that in November," she knowingly claimed. Toby found himself in denial. Maybe his mother was winding him up. Maybe she liked the idea of sending him to school in short girly shorts when a longer, more boyish style is permitted. His mum was always complimenting his legs and saying how nice it is to see them for once. It was her who pestered him into wearing a skirt in the first place. And it was she who suggested he remove his leg hair. She even bought him some girls' knee socks. They looked better with his skirt than boys' socks did. Toby had just let himself get pestered into wearing them. Maybe it's just his mother's ploy to buy him some short girly shorts. He checked the school website himself and his heart quickly sank. It states quite clearly that the black tailored shorts must have an inside leg between 1 and 3 inches. As well as this, either white ankle or knee socks, or plain black tights must be worn. "Mum, what's denier mean?" he asked as he sulked at the laptop. "It's the thickness of nylon," she replied as she approached. Checking the new uniform rules, she asked, noticing the school's webpage on the screen. "Yeah," he sighed. "We have to wear white socks too." "White socks are nice," she replied. "I'm gonna feel like such a ninny wearing black shorts and white knee socks." "Well, you can still wear a skirt if you prefer. You've been wearing that with knee socks for weeks." "Only because it was a protest," he whined. "I'm not gonna wear this again if I can help it," he sneered, grabbing at its pleats and letting them drop. The next day at school, not a single boy turned up wearing a skirt. Those who'd been most active and vocal in the protest toyed with how they might protest against the new ruling. They could defy it and continue wearing long trousers next term, risking detention, suspension, or expulsion. They could contact the press and argue that the new rule isn't just punishing those who protested, but also those who didn't. "We need to get some girls involved," one suggested. "They've lost their right to long pants too." "Well, whatever we do, it's got to comply with school rules." That was the beauty of our shorts protest. We complied and there was nothing they could do. Toby replied. "I think I'd rather wear a skirt," one of the boys reluctantly suggested. "Those new shorts look too short for comfort," he claimed. The others agreed that the shorts look far too short, but aren't quite so keen on continuing to wear their skirts. "I guess we just have to swallow it," one of the ringleaders suggested. "We still won, we just got more than we bargained for," he claimed. "We got made fools of, more like," Toby said. "I should never have let you lot talk me into this." "You were just as much a part of it as us," they claimed. "You wore a skirt on the very first day. You wrote the campaign leaflets. You were handing them out too." "I know," Toby grumbled. "I just got swept along with the protest. It was exciting. For a few days anyway," Toby confessed. "Then it just seemed to snowball." The others muttered their vague agreements. They'd all got swept along with exercising their right to protest. They couldn't resist the sense of rebellion and camaraderie that came with it. They'd geared themselves up, got themselves organized, and weren't going to back down until their goal had been achieved. They had access to the photocopiers, the print room. They made leaflets and posters, wrote articles for the school magazine, campaigned throughout their break times to get more kids on board. All in the name of the cause. Throughout the last week of term, all those who'd been most active in the protest were frequently berated by those who weren't involved and even some who were. They were criticized for not being clear enough in their campaign. They should have proposed a particular style and stated that shorts should be optional. They should have argued for a referendum, giving the pupils the chance to vote between the existing rules and the new ones. But no. They demanded the right to wear short pants to school. And that's exactly what they've got. I was 3 years out of school and working as a stringer for several local publications. My degree in journalism hadn't propelled me into the life of luxury I hoped, but after some struggle, I had lined up a regular series of papers and magazines that would print my work. The pay was lousy, the hours sucked, but I did have the freedom to pursue material that interested me. As a closet fetishist, I had taken a recent liking to pen stories about local clubs that were off the beaten path. Sure, I pursued the soccer fans at the only Irish pub in town and looked into the Red Hat ladies who met twice a month to drink tea on the southeast end of town, but I was also looking into the secret fetish clubs. Until now, they were all a bit too far out for mainstream papers. I was stunned by the number of people in my metropolitan area who were into swinging and pony play. But I knew I hit pay dirt when I stumbled on Samantha's Sissy Playhouse. From the website, I gathered that her home, which doubled as the clubhouse, was actually a place for local crossdressers, ranging from sissy to TV to full transgender, to come and be themselves. We emailed back and forth and she was thrilled at the idea of having her business profiled. The address was a secret, only available to those who requested it from her website, but she happily emailed me the location on my promise of keeping the Playhouse's neighborhood and address a secret. For as long as I could remember, I had sissy tendencies. I started as a diaper lover and teen baby, but by the time high school concluded, my attraction grew to include women's clothing. By the time I finished college, I had experimented with everything thanks to the internet, although my actual dressing and real-life experiments were quite minimal. Part of me longed to join Samantha's club, but I knew my high-profile job made any public display of sissiness impossible. Still, a girl can dream. At the appointed date and time, I drove up the lengthy, private driveway to a stunningly large mansion in the hills outside town. I parked in the driveway and walked the steps, positive I had the wrong place, until I saw a pink sign on the porch that read Samantha's Playhouse. I rang the doorbell and before long, a gorgeous young woman answered. This stunningly beautiful brunette introduced herself as Samantha and ushered me excitedly into the home. Dressed in a simple pink summer dress with her hair pulled back in a ponytail, her natural beauty radiated from her petite, 5'2" frame. We exchanged pleasantries before she asked me to sit in one of the chairs in the sunroom, a porchish-like area in the back of the house. She offered me a glass of water before sitting. I set out my tape recorder and we began to chat. As our conversation ran on, Samantha told me that the Playhouse came about as she was studying for a psychology degree. During a class on human sexuality, she realized that cross-dressing, in its simplest form, is not necessarily a sign of homosexuality or the desire to be completely a woman. It is merely a stress relief for men. Like any hobby, there were myriad variations, including some men who truly wanted to be women, some who wanted to be treated as women, some who were aroused by the clothes, and on and on. She also realized that most men who dressed did so in secret because there was nowhere acceptable for them to express this desire. To serve that need, she had created the Playhouse. A safe, discreet, completely anonymous place where men could behave as they wished, take their dressing to whatever reel they liked. My throat was dry as I listened, dying to grab her hand and shout yes. You understand? But I did not. After about a half hour, she asked if I would like to take a tour. I eagerly agreed, and that's when she asked if I would like to try on one of her outfits. In order to fully experience the club. Joking that it was for journalistic purposes only, I heartily agreed. With that, Samantha led me to a room off the main entryway. Inside were 3 private dressing rooms and the largest closet you can imagine, full of all things girly. Costumes, dresses, lingerie, you name it and she had it. In all different sizes as well. Samantha rummaged in the racks for a minute before handing me a simple pink sweater and denim skirt, pointing me into one of the changing rooms. We giggled back and forth together through the curtain as I changed. The skirt sliding up my legs and the tight sweater hugging my chest felt like heaven. When I exited, Samantha applauded, telling me how cute I looked. She took me to the room next door, which was a full makeup facility complete with dozens of wigs. She quickly fastened a simple, bob-cut brunette wig to my head and applied a light touch of blush and lipstick. The smells were heaven and I could barely keep up the friendly banter we were having. Samantha then led me upstairs. She explained that the downstairs was kept as a normal home, but the upstairs gave the girls who visited free reign. Each room we walked into was pure heaven. A full dance studio with ballet bars and Pilates equipment. Bedrooms made up for a baby, toddler, and adult woman. She explained that the girls liked to explore different fantasies and each playroom was designed to fulfill as much as possible. She had stay-at-home moms who lived nearby come over while their offspring were in school to play with the club members. That offered everything from diaper changes for the abs to girl talk partners for the full-grown girls. When we finally got back downstairs, my head was spinning and I could barely walk straight. Samantha asked if I wanted to share another drink with her or if I had to run right away. Not wanting to leave, I agreed and sat as she poured us each a diet soda. So, Samantha suddenly asked, "Will you be signing up for a membership?" I nearly choked on my drink and tried to play it off as if she were kidding. She was not. "Sweetie, I can see it all over your face. You may be a reporter, but I can tell you're a sissy too. From the way you've let your hands dangle femininely against your skirt to the way you just smoothed your skirt when you sat down." I blushed uncontrollably, realizing I had been having so much fun I had given myself away. After a moment of prodding, she took my hand and gently told me it was okay. That this was a safe place. I broke down, crying a bit, and confessed that she was right. I told her everything, that I was one of those straight men who loved to occasionally be a sissy. While I thanked her for the kind offer, there was no way I could afford the very steep membership rates. Samantha kept the rates high to make sure only serious members joined. At that point, Samantha hugged me, took my hand, and led me back to the front entryway. She pointed to a small desk outside her office. She told me that her dream was to make that desk a display case. A place where a sissy she created could work as her assistant, greeting guests and serving as a testimonial to the wonderful impact of her club. She would love to let me fill that seat. That is, if I wanted to. The arrangement would be simple. I would take a 1-week vacation from writing and come work for her. She would give me lessons on how to be a proper lady and train me on the job as her assistant. If at the end of 1 week we were both enjoying the arrangement, she would make me a job offer. It took less than a second for me to agree, and I was told to report first thing the next morning. The following 7 days were pure heaven. Each morning I would arrive at 7 and be welcomed with a hug from Samantha. I would then enter one of the dressing rooms and put on the outfit she selected. Tan tights every day to begin to disguise my leg hair. Then panties and a simple outfit, typically a knee-length skirt and a long-sleeve top. She would then apply a different wig each day, letting me try looks from a tight bun to pigtails to a layered, Jennifer Aniston look. Finally, my makeup. Foundation, blush, and eyeshadow. Macassar and lip gloss to complete the look. From there we would go about our day. Each guest had to give at least a half-hour warning, which provided us time to lay out their outfit in the dressing room and prepare any activities she wished to participate in. This week, Each girl had the option of including me in her visit, to which every sissy happily agreed, thrilled to have a playmate. Some days, we would simply sit and talk in the living room. Other days were a bit more adventurous. Stacy asked me to join her dance class, taught by a friend of Samantha's in the dance studio. We both dressed in traditional ballerina outfits and worked through graceful, elegant princessish moves together. Kathy enjoyed being a little girl and loved the idea of having a playdate. Samantha dressed us both in diapers and short baby doll dresses, feeding us from bottles and changing us when we wet. The week flew by, and before I knew it, it was the last day of our experiment. I hoped against hope that this would work out, but silently fretted that the salary wouldn't be enough to cover my rent, or that perhaps Samantha was displeased. We had booked that last Sunday afternoon out to be together, so we could enjoy some time alone and discuss the future. As a special treat, Samantha offered to let me pick my outfit for the day. When I emerged from the dressing room in that short pink baby doll she dressed me in to play with Kathy, she giggled. She said that outfit wasn't complete without a proper diaper. She led me by the hand up to the nursery room, where she laid me down, eased my dress up, and began applying powder. She asked if I had fun this week, and I nodded. She slid the diaper under my bottom and taped it tightly before saying that she too had quite a fun time and would love to continue having me as her assistant. But she stopped. "I don't want you to be my employee." My heart sank as I realized she would likely ask me to work part-time, for free, as she couldn't afford to pay me full-time. Quite the contrary. She explained that her parents were quite wealthy and had given her a large sum of money to pursue her research. Her father was actually a sissy as well, and they felt her efforts were a great cause. She then explained that she had grown to love me over the past week and hoped I would move in and be her sissy forever. My jaw dropped and all I could do was cry from happiness. Samantha hugged me tightly as I said "I love you too" over and over into her shoulder. 6 months later. Samantha and I didn't waste time. I gave notice to my publications, ended my lease, and moved my stuff in almost immediately. My family was thrilled that I had found someone so well off so I could focus on writing my novel, and her family loved having another sissy around. I accumulated my own private collection of clothes. But I also kept my boy clothes. At my choosing, I could go out in public as a guy, meet my friends, even have them over, provided they stayed downstairs, of course. But when it was just Samantha and me, my male name Alex turned into Ashley and I would run around the house. We got married 4 months after our first meeting, but held a second ceremony for the club members with 2 brides and no groom. Oh God, I need to pee, I had thought, sweating as I ran. It's funny how you can be in good shape, fit, and yet when you need to pee you're doubled over and trying to run without moving your thighs relative to each other, calves only. Sort of like a baby learning to walk. Perhaps prophetically. Oh, God, please no. For years I wondered if there was a God. But 10 minutes ago, as I was bolting the last few blocks home, I was becoming pretty darn sure that there wasn't one. I suppose I could argue that there was a God because there was no one around to see as my bladder finally gave way and my panties filled with pee. Good day to wear a miniskirt, I thought, although shorts or jeans might stop the pee working its way down my legs and into my socks and sneakers. That there were no onlookers was nice, but I totally turned atheist when I saw my mum's Mini in the driveway. What in blazes? I groaned. For a moment I'd contemplated heading elsewhere. The mall perhaps. Buy some new clothes. The thought of being wet around hundreds of others was unappealing, but it became a moot point when I'd heard my mum's voice. "Hello, Sarah." Shit. My mum had been standing there watering the garden. If I hadn't already wet myself, I'm sure the noise of the garden hose would been the last straw. "Oh, hi Mum." And after a pause I'd continued, "This is a nice surprise, lying. A couple of my afternoon meetings were cancelled, so I got to knock off early," was her reply. But her words trailed off. My heart sank as I realized she was looking at my legs. "You've wet yourself again, haven't you?" I couldn't believe it. I guess even the miniskirt wasn't helping. "I didn't need to go at school, it just came on." "I'm sorry. I have a problem." I couldn't help having accidents like this, and I couldn't help the tears that started rolling down my cheek. In truth, this was probably the 10th time that I DP'd my pants in the last few weeks, but from my mum's point of view, it was the third. But it was also the first that she knew of that hadn't been through the night. "Honey, it's okay," my mum responded. I could tell her mind was working away, pondering what to do. "Did anyone see you?" "No." Sobbing. "Come inside, let us get you out of those panties." A pause. Sarah, another pause, and I could feel my whole body getting heavy. I remember having had such a feeling of dread, which in hindsight was sort of weird because I knew exactly what she was going to say. "I think you should wear the protection that we talked about." A week or so earlier my mum had caught me sneaking wet sheets to the laundry and had suggested that since this was my second, or so she thought, accident, I should perhaps wear some nighttime protection. "You're not a baby, honey, but some people just suffer occasional incontinence. It's nothing to be ashamed of," she had said. "You know, when you're having a conversation that is just so uncomfortable that you're prepared to say anything just to put it behind you." "Okay, whatever, but it won't happen again, it's just been bad luck," had been my response. "Well, I'm going to buy some adult diapers for you, honey, just in case. If it happens again, I think you should wear them." I said, "Okay mum, can we just give it a rest?" "Hey, don't talk to me like that. This is my house. I buy your clothes. I own the bed you sleep in. When you move out you can do what you want." My mum is a patient woman, and good at empathizing. She quickly continued, "Oh, I'm sorry hun, I'm just trying to help." "Yeah, I know mum. I didn't mean to snap. But it won't happen again, honest." Lie. Either way, that was a week ago. I agreed back then to my mum's suggestion, and she wasn't someone who lost arguments. Wear a pull-up or something for one night? I could handle that. I'd done so a few times in my early teenage years when I'd had accidents. My mum would most likely let up the next morning. "Go upstairs and take a shower and then wait for me in your bedroom." So all of that was 10 minutes ago. Now here I was, sitting on my bed with a towel around me. I could hear the sound of a plastic bag crinkling downstairs. Then mum's footsteps coming up the stairs. My bedroom door opened. There was my mum with a shopping bag in her hand. A big cubic-looking package was inside it. She pulled the package out of the shopping bag, revealing it to be a green package of Depends adult diapers. Well, not pull-ups, I guess. I honestly felt like I was in a trance. 18 years old. Last few months of high school. Looking towards college and an independent life. And now sitting in my bedroom waiting for my mum to put a big, thick, disposable diaper on me. "Lie back, dear, and take that towel off." She tore open the bag and pulled out one of the diapers. I'd never been one to care too much about modesty, so my mum saw me naked quite a bit, even now at 18 with pubic hair, actually very little, and boobs bigger than hers, something I used to tease her about. But right then I felt incredibly modest. Obeying her command, I lay back and parted the towel as I did so. "Spread your legs a little, honey, can you raise your bottom a bit?" "I can't believe this is happening," was all that went through my mind as I lifted my butt, supporting myself on my feet. She placed the now unfolded diaper under my butt. I lay back down. "God, him again, it's thick," I remember thinking. My mum pulled the diaper up between my legs. I suppose I should have been worried at that point because my first thought was that it felt incredibly soft, actually quite comfortable. Sort of like lounging around on a winter's day in front of a fire, wear comfy track pants and a fleece. But I wasn't really carnishenti of any feelings at that point. Like I said, I felt like I was in a trance. My mum reached to either side of me and fastened the tapes, securing the diaper in place. I suppose it was only an inch or so thick, but it sure felt bulky. Hopefully, you won't need to use it, but it's good to wear one just in case. And I don't think anyone can tell, as long as you wear skirts. Might want to wear some of your longer ones if you go outside though. Oh, don't joke, Mum, I thought. Outside? The notion was too scary to even really register. I sat up and she handed me a t-shirt which I hurriedly put on. I grabbed some cotton shorts out of a drawer. Some vague, long unrecalled memory came back of the way I used to walk when I was 5 and I still wore diapers at night. A kind of scrunchy waddle. The shorts covered the diaper but did little to hide it. There was a clearly defined diaper-shaped bulge in my pants region. My mum had been observing me the whole time. I think she must have felt a little upset. Her daughter obviously had a problem, and I don't think she really knew how to deal with it. Would you put your adult daughter back in diapers? In hindsight, I think her suggestion of protection had been to try to shock me into not having accidents. Eventually, she spoke. Listen, Sarah. I don't want you to feel bad about this. I just want you to wear them for a few days. Let's see, I want you to wear diapers day and night for, say, a week, but try not to use them. If you don't wet them in that time, then perhaps we'll have sort of shocked your system into being able to hold on when you need to pee. And don't worry if you do have any accidents, I'll always support you, and we'll book you in to see Dr. Shaw. Okay, Mum. What else was there to say? I didn't have any trouble reaching the toilet the rest of the day. I even got up once through the night. But when my alarm screeched at me at 7:30 the next morning, my usual jolt to the system from the alarm clock was supplemented by a new jolt to the system, a soggy, wet jolt to the system. Oh, shit. I thought. Another strike against the Almighty. What to do, what to do? Could I hide it? I jumped out of bed and ran across the room in my slashy diaper, to the drawer where the package of fresh diapers was. At that point, I realized that some light was shining through the crack at the bottom of my door. My mum must be up. And she must have heard me jumping out of bed and bolting across the room. Cursing our wooden floors, I grabbed a fresh diaper and ripped my wet, soggy one off. Geez, I sure can pee a lot, I thought. Footsteps. I froze. I quickly taped the fresh diaper in place and shoved the wet one in the diaper drawer. I was more wide awake than I've ever been and my heart was racing, but I tried to pretend like I was still half awake as the door opened. How did you go, honey? Were my mum's words. Huh? Oh, did I wet my diaper? No, all good, Mum. Some people are good liars. I, however, am a rotten liar. There must have been 50 hints to my mum that there was more than met the eye. My beet red face. The obvious freshness of the diaper. The hint of pea smell in the room. Honey, listen. You have to be honest with me. You have a problem, and concealing it won't help it. You have to accept it. I was crying before she'd even finished her spiel. Oh, Mum. I sobbed. It's okay, dear, hang in there. Listen, I'm going to call your school and say that you've been throwing up through the night and won't be in today, and maybe not for a couple of days. So you won't need to deal with this at school for a little while. And I'll make a booking with DR. Sure. That was, admittedly, pretty thoughtful of her. But I was then surprised when she started chuckling. You know, Sarah, if you really wanted to get away with it, you'd have been best to actually put all the tapes on that diaper. I looked down and laughed. It felt good to laugh. My diaper, how strange to think about it like that, like I'm someone who wears diapers. Which, I guess, is what I am, was hanging, 2 tapes fastened on one side but only one on the other. It was distinctly sagging. You gave me 5 years of practice at changing your diapers when you were young, and you thought that would pass off as my handiwork. I blushed and laughed along with her. Lie down, my mum ordered. I lay down and she refastened my diaper, good and snug. She then retrieved the other diaper from the drawer, which it turned out I'd neglected to close. I really am a rotten liar. Wow, this diaper sure is wet, honey. She paused for a moment. Sarah, I think I better double diaper you. You seem to be a heavy wetter, and I want to make sure you don't have any leaks. I also bought some plastic pants and I think perhaps you better wear them too. There wasn't much point in arguing. To be honest, at that point the thought of 2 diapers really didn't bother me. It scared me a little, but I felt quite the opposite really. Okay, Mum, I said. Double diaper me. She grabbed a second diaper and put it on over the first. She then grabbed a pair of clear plastic pants from my drawer. I guess she'd put them there last night. She put my feet in them, and then told me to stand up. When I did so, she pulled the plastic pants up my legs and over my diapers. The double diapers and plastic pants were pretty thick but manageable. My thoughts were racing. To my mum, I was probably just digesting the idea of wearing a big thick double diaper. But in my mind I was realizing that I quite liked the feeling of the bulk between my legs. Perhaps it reminded me of when I was young and carefree. Perhaps it just gave me a feeling of security. Perhaps, probably, it just felt, well, good, in places where feeling good feels, well, really good. Here's a bra and a t-shirt, honey, and here's your skirt. I dressed myself. Looking in my mirror, I could certainly tell I was wearing a big thick diaper under my skirt, but I doubted it would be too obvious to people who weren't looking for it. I froze for a bit as a thought occurred to me. Mum? Yes, Sarah. I won't have to wear this when we go to DR. Sure us right? Honey, listen. I don't think anyone will be able to tell, and it would be much worse for you to have an accident without your diaper than to have one with a diaper on. That's what they're for, right? I guess so, Mum. At 10:15 my mum and I walked out to her mini. I looked around but luckily there wasn't anyone out. My mum had a big bag with her spare diapers, she explained, just in case. The walk from the car to the doctor's was both comfortable and uncomfortable. I was growing accustomed to the nice soft feeling of the diapers, but also trying to walk normally, and when you're wearing 2 diapers it's not straightforward. In the waiting room, I sat blushing as a couple came in with several children. I figured no one could tell though, thankfully. Dr. Shaw was of course a doctor, and doctors being doctors, our 10-minute wait was more like half an hour. Then 40 minutes. I felt the pressure building up on my bladder. Too late I realized that diapers are a mixed blessing for the accident-prone. They contain accidents, but by forcing your legs apart they work against the muscles that stop you from peeing. I got a run to the bathroom, Mum, I gulped. I stood up but it was too late. I'd taken 2 steps before pee poured forth, flooding my diapers. I absolutely froze, and must have peed for 10 seconds, although it felt like forever. I could hear myself peeing, and I had no doubt that others could too. This was accentuated by the fact that while my skirt hid my diaper from view, when I finally took a few steps it did nothing to hide the noise of the plastic pants as I walked. My mum quickly realized what was happening. She stood up and grabbed my arm. Oh Sarah, you've wet your diapers, haven't you? If anyone hadn't heard me pee or heard the rustle of my plastic pants, my mum's question sure gave the game away. I glanced at the stunned parents and kids in the waiting room. My secret was totally revealed. To compound matters, my mum lifted my skirt to check the wetness indicators on the diaper, revealing my thick, now sodden diapers to all in the waiting room. Perhaps there's some sort of deity after all, because at that point the nurse came in and told us to come in as the doctor was ready. Blushing like anything, I waddled after my mum and the nurse into the doctor's office. From behind me, a kid, maybe 4 years old, asked, "Why is that lady wearing a diaper?" "Diapers are for babies, aren't they, Mummy?" "I'm not a baby, am I, Mummy?" "Brilliant." "Hush," was the parent's reply, belying their own obvious curiosity. My mum quickly explained my situation to Dr. Shaw. She'd been our doctor since I was a kid, and I'd always known her as a really kind person. So I was a little surprised by her simple but firm reaction. "Jane, I want you to keep Sarah in diapers until she can show that she doesn't need them." "Well, that's what I figured," Nancy replied my mum. "No, I don't think you really understand, Jane." Dr. Shaw continued. She has to not only be in diapers but she has to use them. Her body has to be subject to the discomfort of a diaper. Yeah, the discomfort, I thought, shocking me that I was secretly enjoying the thought of being in a diaper, and the discomfort of using one. Only that way will her body become accustomed to holding on so it doesn't need a diaper. With that said, the doctor took me over to the patient table, removed my skirt, and removed my diapers, plastic pants, and all. Would you mind rinsing these plastic pants, Jane? Dr. Shaw said to my mum. Here are some extra thick diapers, Sarah, these will ensure no leaks. She put some powder all over and lifted me in the air. Expertly, she placed the diaper under me, pulled it up between my legs and taped it in place. My mum then handed her the now rinsed plastic pants and she pulled them up over the diaper. My mum then grabbed my skirt, but as she did her nose wrinkled. Oh, Sarah, your diaper must have leaked, you can't wear this. Dr. Shaw quickly responded, never mind. You reparked in the parking lot, right? Sarah might as well get used to people knowing about her diapers. I stood in only my diaper, plastic pants, and t-shirt. I'm supposed to go out like this? It's only 2 minutes walk to the car park, Sarah said to my mum. People will understand. She thanked Dr. Shaw and agreed to book a second appointment in a month's time. Feeling utter shame, I followed my mum out of the doctor's office, wearing only my t-shirt and diaper. The people in the waiting room stared. Gawked. The adults had enough social graces to quickly look away, not really knowing where to look. But kids are kids and made no such attempt. They just kept looking. To compound my shame, we had to wait a few minutes for the nurse to appear so we could pay the bill and arrange a later appointment. Finally, we got out of the waiting room and heading back to the car. We passed a few, obviously surprised, people, on the way to the elevator. Once in the elevator, an old lady who obviously had no problem with addressing the issue, told my mum that her husband needed to wear diapers, and she thought it was very smart of my mum to keep me in them too if I needed them. No point having accidents in public, she said. My interminable, diapered walk to the car finally ended, and we drove home. At least a month in diapers, I thought. And smiled. While we were in Walmart, I had to go to the bathroom as I really had to do toilets. So I told my auntie. My auntie told me that I was now old enough to go by myself. With these words, I started to cry. Auntie asked Ariel if she could take me. Ariel said yes. We started to walk in the direction towards the washroom. However, on the way, my stomach started to cramp up. I had to stop walking as the cramps were so bad. Ariel stopped and said, "We can't stop now. If we do, you may not make it." The thought of me in Walmart doing toilets in my diaper scared me, so I started to walk again. When we got to the washroom door, I was so excited that my muscles gave up and I poo-pooed in my diaper. Ariel started to hold me cause she knew I was going to cry. Suddenly my aunt and cousins appeared. My aunt had been concerned that I may not make it. When they saw me, my cousin Sarah came up and gave me a hug as I had been crying. Then one of Walmart's employees came up to see if I was okay. My auntie told her that I had an accident. My auntie asked me if I wanted to have my diaper changed here or have it changed at home. I asked auntie if I could have my diaper changed at home, as it was too embarrassing to have it changed in public. Auntie had to go to the checkout and pay for the stuff she had bought. Ariel led me to the car, wiping the tears away from my face as we went. When we got home, auntie changed my stinky diaper. When my diaper had been changed, I went downstairs with Ariel. When we got downstairs, Ariel showed me the stuff they got for me at the store. They bought me a bib, bottles, baby formula, and a pacifier. Ariel took the pacifier and put it in my mouth. Then once again I felt my stomach cramp up. I started to do my potty dance around the living room. Quickly Ariel took me to the bathroom so I could do toilets. Luckily we made it just in time. Auntie was so proud of me for making it in time, that she gave me a cookie from the cookie jar. A while later Auntie called us all for dinner. After dinner, Ariel and Sarah took me to the park to play. I was so busy having fun and playing that I did not realize that I wet myself till Ariel called me over to check my diaper. When Ariel found out that I had wet my diaper, she told me we would have to go home soon, so I did not get a rash. However, before we went home I asked Ariel if I could go on the slide. Unfortunately, while sliding down the slide I did a little poo-poo. I ran over to Ariel and Sarah holding my bottom. They knew that I had gone to poo-poo. We left the park and started to run home. However, we never made it in time and I messed my diaper really bad. Once again I started to cry. This time I was crying so hard that I couldn't walk. So Sarah has to drive down in the car to pick us all up. When I got home I was crying and Auntie wanted to know what happened. Sarah explained to Auntie what had happened while Ariel tried to calm me down. Auntie took me upstairs and changed my diaper. When Auntie had changed my diaper, she put me down for a nap. When I woke up from my nap I remembered what happened at the park earlier and started to cry. Auntie came in and tried to calm me down. She told me that I was having so much fun in the park that I had forgotten I needed to go to do toilets. I replied to Auntie that I couldn't hold it anymore and that it had just come out. She said that it was okay and not to worry about it. Auntie gave me a big hug and a kiss. She then gave me a bottle filled with baby formula. Auntie told me that Ariel was waiting for me to wake up and that she was going to read me a book. Auntie called Ariel to tell her that she can come up now. Ariel came in and said these were the books that I picked out earlier this morning. Auntie said have fun and she went downstairs to watch television. Ariel asked me which one do you want me to read first. I pick out Green Eggs and Ham. She started to read. As she turned the pages I said that I would like to see the pictures. Ariel smiled and showed me the picture. When she finished the book I was half asleep. She said that I had to get up so that Auntie could put me in my thick night diaper. Ariel then went downstairs and about 5 minutes later my auntie was upstairs to put me in my night diaper. My auntie said the little baby going to bed. I nodded my head. Yes, auntie. She then said then we have to put you in a thicker diaper, don't we? Once again I nodded my head. Yes, auntie. Auntie said that I was a big wetter at night and that I should be in thicker diapers. Do you like wearing thicker diapers at night? She asked. I nodded my head yes and smiled. Before I knew it she had me in my nighttime diaper and pajamas. Auntie said that I was set for bedtime and she will see me in the morning. Have a good night's sleep. I woke up this morning with a wet and messy diaper on. This made me start to cry. Ariel came into the bedroom and asked me if I was okay. I shook my head. No, I cried. Ariel asked me what was wrong. In floods of tears, I told her that I had had an accident last night in my diapers. Ariel went on to ask me, do you want me to change you? For some unknown reason, I replied. No. You are not old enough. At this Ariel laughed. She went on to inform me that Auntie was not at home, so I would have to make do with her changing me. There was nothing I could say or do. So with no further delay, Ariel put me into a fresh clean diaper. When we were done she said for me to come downstairs so that I could have my breakfast. Ariel sat me down in the family room and she turned on the television for me. She then went into the kitchen to get me my breakfast. On the table in the family room I saw a sharp letter opener. I knew I was not supposed to touch it, however, something in me could not resist. Ariel came back into the room and I quickly hid the letter opener behind my back. However, Ariel was too quick for me, and had seen what I had done. Ariel took the letter opener away from me. She told me she was very disappointed in me, and if I did something like that again I would be spanked. I started to cry when she said this. Ariel picked me up and sat me facing the corner. She said I had been very naughty and I was to stay there until she had finished making breakfast. 5 minutes went by. Ariel came to the corner and asked me if I was sorry for what I had done. I replied that I was and that I would never do it again. Ariel then asked, "Are you ready to come out and eat breakfast?" I shook my head and said yes. Ariel gave me a big hug and sat me back at the family room table. There I ate my breakfast of boiled eggs and soldiers. Okay, I'll show you again. First, you put this here. That's not how. Maggie said hesitantly. Oh, shush now. I know what I'm doing. Like I said. You put this here, and then you. Maggie groaned with frustration. But Charlotte, why do I have to do this? Can't you just do it? Charlotte sighed. Maggie, you can't just expect someone else to do this for you. But it's hard, Maggie complained. Come on, you can do it, Charlotte said encouragingly. Yeah, but when am I ever going to need to know how to do differential calculus? Maggie put down her pencil and rested her head in her hands. Don't ask me. You just asked me to help you with this. Charlotte motioned to Maggie's homework spread out over the kitchen table. It's not my fault that those population growth graphs can be analyzed more easily than they showed you in class. Maggie took off the VR goggles. They weren't so many goggles as lightweight glasses with earbuds. Despite looking like a cheap toy, they probably cost more than Maggie's laptop. She carefully placed them on the table before getting up and going to the fridge. She returned with her water bottle. Condensation already forming on the frigid metal. Rolling it back and forth across her forehead before unscrewing the cap and taking a sip. Then she sat back down. Put the glasses back on, and tried to make sense of the bars and graphs on the paper before her. Whenever Maggie looked up, Charlotte was quite literally climbing the walls. She had recently realized that an unlimited virtual wardrobe, and no reliance on the laws of physics, opened up untold possibilities for outrageous cosplay. Right now she was crouching on top of the open door, wearing a red and blue catsuit with a web pattern. Her generously padded posterior made her Spider-Man impression less convincing. The web pattern on the catsuit slowly changed as Charlotte found more reference images online. Finally, Maggie closed her books. She leaned back and sighed heavily. Charlotte jumped down from the door and sat on the corner of the table. She cocked her head to the side and looked at Maggie. So, still dry? Yeah, Maggie said. Charlotte's matter-of-fact attitude about incontinence was still a little jarring to her. That rewrite of yours put things right. I can't wait to get rid of these pads. Maggie reached down and adjusted herself in a very unladylike manner. Good. Wanna see something cool? Charlotte asked with a sly grin. Maggie realized she wouldn't get anything else done before Charlotte got this out of her system. What? She asked warily. Charlotte stood. Her catsuit slowly morphing into a reasonably accurate copy of the classic Wonder Woman outfit, complete with star-spangled plastic panties covering her diapers. Okay, Maggie said and smiled. That is pretty cute. Oh, that's not what I wanted to show you. This is just because I thought it'd be more appropriate. Charlotte threw her golden lasso around Maggie, tying her to the chair. Maggie tried to get out of the virtual rope, but found she was securely tied and couldn't move her arms. Charlotte quickly looped the rope a couple of times around the chair to immobilize Maggie's legs too. What? How? Maggie started. Charlotte sat on the edge of the table in front of Maggie. I can paralyze parts of your body to simulate you being tied up. Among other things. Oh my. This is a whole new side of you, Charlotte, Maggie said. Naughty, naughty Charlotte. Shush. Charlotte placed a finger against Maggie's lips and Maggie felt her tongue and lips go numb. Maggie looked sternly. Or rather tried to look sternly at Charlotte. She found it was hard to seem bossy when she was helpless. Charlotte leaned closer and touched her index finger to Maggie's nose. "Bop," she said. Feeling returned to Maggie's face and the golden rope melted away. Freeing her arms and legs, Maggie massaged her wrists. They weren't sore. But it seemed the thing to do after having been tied up. Even if the rope hadn't been real. "I didn't think bondage was your thing," Maggie commented. "It's not, but judging from the contents of your phone, and your friend Anita's, I thought you might like it. You snooped through my phone. Only once. And only to get internet access. That's how I did it back when the internet here was shut off," Charlotte said defensively. "I used the phones of the cleaning and maintenance people that came by every now and then." That's private," Maggie yelled, outraged. Charlotte shrank back. "I'm sorry," she said, looking like she was about to cry. "But I wanted to find out more about you. I had been waiting to find you again for 48 years. The guilt at having yelled at Charlotte, however justified, was like a kick in Maggie's gut. She sighed and ran her hand through her hair. "Look," she said, "phones are like diaries. No more snooping. Not my phone or anyone else's. Kay?" Charlotte pouted a little. But it was obvious she knew she had crossed a line. "I'm sorry," she repeated. "I won't do it again. I promise." She looked so despondent that Maggie couldn't help herself. She rose and put her arms around Charlotte, stroking her back. She knew that Charlotte was exaggerating the little girl's act. But for some reason, she just couldn't help seeing her as the regressed child she had been at Eliza's. After a little while, Maggie let go of Charlotte and sat down on one of the kitchen chairs. "Are you mad?" Charlotte asked, still only looking at the floor. "Yeah, but mostly I'm disappointed." Maggie couldn't quite believe she had uttered that incredible cliché. "I was bad," Charlotte continued. "A bad girl." She looked back up, a sly smile spreading across her face. "I deserve a spanking." "Charlotte, cut it out." Maggie threw up her arms in annoyance. "I'm not into that kind of stuff." Okay. Charlotte raised her hands defensively. 5 gigs of files would say otherwise, she said under her breath. "Huh?" "Nothing," Charlotte said airily. "Anyway, are you done with your homework?" "More or less." "Why?" "I figured you earned yourself a treat after working so hard." "What did you have in mind?" "I'll show you in a minute, but first." Charlotte pouted and did her little girl routine. "Can you change me?" "Sure." "Okay, see you downstairs." Charlotte beamed and disappeared in a shower of sparks reminiscent of the Star Trek transporter effect. Maggie went down to the empty white room below her basement that she thought of as Charlotte's room. Charlotte was already sitting on the tiled platform, dangling her legs off the edge. When she saw Maggie enter, she scooted back and lay down. "There's something I've been meaning to ask you," Maggie said while she slid the blue and white Wonder Woman pants off Charlotte. She couldn't feel the material, but it still behaved as if it was actually there. A small voice in Maggie's head said that what she was doing would look really strange to anybody not wearing her VR glasses. "What's that?" Charlotte lifted her hips to let Maggie pull her diaper out from under her. The diaper disappeared in a small puff of sparks when Maggie dropped it. "Well, why don't you rewrite yourself so you don't need the diapers anymore?" "I don't know." Charlotte shrugged. "Maybe it's because they've been a part of my life for so long. You have to remember I needed them for more than 40 years. Makes sense, I guess. But couldn't you just have the diapers change themselves instead of having me do it?" Maggie took the washcloth from the bowl next to Charlotte and carefully cleaned her. "But I like it when you change me." Charlotte said with a little duck-faced pout. She giggled as Maggie sprinkled baby powder on her and pulled a fresh diaper up her legs, taping it in place. It feels nice. Much better than when I do it myself. Charlotte slid closer to Maggie and wrapped her arms around her waist to give her a clumsy hug. But what about you? Charlotte asked, her voice muffled as her face was still pressed against Maggie's midriff. Why did you want to get rid of your diapers? I mean, you like to wear them, don't you? What? No. How? Charlotte let go of Maggie and slid away from her. She looked down, suddenly finding her own hands incredibly interesting. It was on your phone too, she said. Charlotte sounded like she was admitting to burning down orphanages for the insurance money. Maggie sighed heavily and sat down on the edge of the platform. I guess, she finally admitted. What do you mean? Charlotte scooted to the edge of the platform. Yeah, I like wearing them. Maggie's voice was barely louder than a whisper. She studied her shoes intently. I just don't want to have to use them. Not at all. Charlotte cocked her head. Don't you hate it? Maggie said, not answering Charlotte's question. At first, yeah. But I got used to it. After a while, the diapers was just the way things were. I just stopped thinking about it. Well, I don't want to get used to it. If I'm going to pee, it's going to be my decision, not some software glitch. Maggie crossed her arms defiantly. Charlotte slid off the platform and stood in front of Maggie. She put a hand on Maggie's forearm. But if you could, would you want to have, like, a red, no, yellow button for it? I mean, that way. It'd be your choice to lose control. Maggie hesitated. It wouldn't be too hard to set up now that I know what to rewrite, Charlotte said confidently. You could probably have the whole thing as an app on your phone. Maggie thought about it. It could be fun. And it would still be her choice. Of course, it would only work as long as you're close to the house. Once you go far enough away from the normal sucker, you'd revert to normal. That settled it for Maggie. The fact that it'd be something that could only happen at home made it feel safer somehow. Okay, she said. Let's do it. Hop up and let's get to work. Charlotte patted the platform and the mattress draped in a colorful plastic sheet appeared. Maggie reached out to touch it. She knew it wasn't actually there. But it looked so real. When her fingers touched it, she couldn't feel anything. But the sound gave it away. Plastic sheets. Maggie looked at Charlotte. Really? I'm just taking precautions. Charlotte said with a grin. But they're not real anyway. Oh, don't be such a spoilsport. Think of it as being an immersion thing. After all, they're real to me. Maggie slid onto the platform, swung her legs up, and lay back. This is so weird, she said. What is? This whole seeing things that aren't really here thing. I keep catching myself walking around things I know aren't really there. It's like you avoid stepping on the lines if somebody's drawn hopscotch on the pavement. Even if you're just walking. Charlotte smiled. Imagine how I felt at first when I could sit on things that weren't really there. It took me months to get used to the fact that I make the rules for my surroundings. So I think you're handling it pretty well. Maggie only smiled and shrugged in reply. So, are you ready to play doctor? Charlotte asked as her Wonder Woman outfit shimmered and paled to turn into a nurse's uniform straight out of a catalogue of Halloween costumes. Maggie sighed and rolled her eyes. Really? She asked. You went for the provocative nurse? Oh shush. Who said I can't have fun while I work? Charlotte snapped her fingers. A remote control with a big, red button appeared in her hand. What does that do? Maggie eyed the button suspiciously. I can use this to knock you out or real sedatives. And to be honest, I think this is safer. Yeah, I guess. After all, it's not like I'm going to get addicted to this. Maggie pressed the button, her finger sinking slightly into it before the sensors caught up with her movement. The remote promptly vanished. "Oh, I'm not so sure about that," Charlotte said with a sly smile. She leaned closer, intentionally giving Maggie a good look at her cleavage that suddenly seemed more impressive than before. "May I?" she whispered. "Charlotte, you know I don't think of you like that, right?" Yeah. I know. But may I?" "Okay. But the clothes stay on. Deal?" "Relax," Charlotte said softly. "I promised you a treat, didn't I?" She leaned down and kissed Maggie's forehead. Waves of warmth flowed from the kiss, filling Maggie's mind in seconds. Maggie felt like she was drowning in an ocean of pleasure. Then, as quickly as it started, it was over and Maggie was left gasping for breath. "What?" she finally managed. Charlotte grinned. "In layman's terms, I gave your brain's pleasure center a little poke." Can't feel my feet," Maggie wheezed. "Don't worry about it." Charlotte sat down next to Maggie and slowly stroked her hair. "Night-night." Then everything faded to black. When Maggie slowly drifted back to consciousness, she awoke to find Charlotte sitting in a bean bag next to the platform. She was still wearing the skimpy nurse outfit, but the skirt had slid up so much that her diapers were clearly visible. When she saw that Maggie was awake, she rose in a way that suggested that gravity didn't quite apply to her and moved over to the platform. She placed a hand on Maggie's forehead. "What are you doing?" Maggie mumbled. "Oh, just checking to see if you have a fever. Kissing your boo-boos to make them better. You know, nurse stuff." "I'm fine." Maggie brushed Charlotte's hand aside and rolled over on her side to sit up. "So, did it work?" she asked. Charlotte shrugged. "I don't know." "Are you wet?" No." Maggie shook her head. She picked up her phone and saw a new app on the screen. It didn't have a name and the icon showed a picture of a cartoon-style, yellow remote control. She was about to press it when Charlotte cleared her throat. "Aren't you forgetting something?" she asked. I don't know." "Am I?" Maggie looked at Charlotte. Charlotte raised an eyebrow. "If you turn that on, don't you want to take a couple of precautions?" She patted her own voluminous diaper. "Oh," Maggie said. "Good point. These pads aren't built for this." A few minutes later and 2 floors up, Maggie rolled off her bed. She pulled her jeans up over the full-size diaper and, after struggling a little, managed to button them. "Not quite designed to handle that kind of extra padding, are they?" Maggie said from the doorway where she was peeking in. "You might have to invest in a couple of roomier ones if you plan on wearing diapers more often. Or maybe think to consider switching to skirts." "Yeah, I guess," Maggie admitted. "But let's see how this works first." She pulled out her phone and started the new app. The screen just showed a red button saying off. Maggie caught herself holding her breath as her thumb hovered over the button. Then, with a slow, deliberate exhale, she pressed it. The button on the screen changed from red to green. But other than that, nothing happened. "Are you sure this thing's working?" Maggie looked up at Charlotte. Charlotte seemed lost in thought for a moment. "It's working," she said. "Just give it a little time." "Did you have to go before?" Maggie shook her head. "No, not really." "Well, that explains it then." "Huh?" "Turning off your bladder control isn't going to magically fill it. It only works like that in cheesy stories." "Which you've read," Maggie concluded. "I had to do research," Charlotte said, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. "For science." "I'm sure." Maggie pushed the bag containing her diaper supplies back under the bed and headed to the bathroom to wash her hands. The next hour or so went by pretty much like normal. Maggie did some laundry and cleared the books and her homework off the kitchen table. She was in the middle of making dinner when her phone rang. "Yeah?" Hang on while I put you on speaker. Maggie fiddled with the phone and put it on the shelf above the stove. Okay. Hey, Maggie, Anita said from between the pepper and the oregano. Are you okay? Chris said you haven't been to class for a couple of days. Yeah. I've been sick. Oh. Do you need anything? Like groceries? Or beer? Nah, I'm feeling a lot better now. I just didn't want to move too far from my bathroom, Maggie said, deftly avoiding the whole truth. Say no more. Anyway, I just wanted to check if we're still on for the big game on Saturday. Anita? It's a poker game between you and me and the boys. It's hardly the big game. Maybe not for you, but I have to take Max down a peg or two. He's been getting a little uppity lately. Really? And your usual way of dealing with it isn't working. Anita only chuckled in reply. Just then, Maggie felt a warm rush in her diaper. Oh God, she said with a surprised gasp. What? I have to go, Maggie said quickly, reaching for the phone. Anita said, coming to her own conclusions. By then, Maggie hung up and leaned on the kitchen counter, trying to stop the pee that was flowing into her diaper. It soon slowed to a trickle. But Maggie wasn't sure if it was because of her efforts or not. Whatever the reason was, it didn't change the fact that Maggie felt the warmth spreading back across the lower part of her butt. It was both strange and familiar at the same time. The lack of warning and control actually felt kind of exhilarating. Maggie smiled, feeling the damp, velvety padding brushing against her skin. Just admit it. You love it. Maggie turned around to see Charlotte sitting on the edge of the table, dangling her legs. Excitement quickly turned to embarrassment as Maggie realized what she must look like. She snatched her hand away and turned back to stirring the pot on the stove. It's okay, you know. Charlotte poofed from the table to the kitchen counter next to the stove. Maggie remained silent, focusing her attention on the contents of the pot in front of her. What? Charlotte asked. Would you have preferred if I went all bossy or mothery and threaten you with a sound spanking, because that's no way for a proper lady to behave? She said those last words with an exaggerated British accent. No. It's just that Maggie paused and then sighed. You can tell me. After all, Charlotte patted her big diaper, it's not like I'm in any position to be judgmental. I know. Maggie sighed again. It just feels good. Maggie helped. Yeah, but well, isn't that what you wanted? Kind of. What do you mean? Maggie turned back towards Charlotte and leaned against the wall, a sheepish look on her face. You're gonna think it's stupid and weird. The non-corporeal, diaper-wearing scientist who's been dead for 7 years is going to lecture you about anything being weird. Really? Maggie closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It's not the peeing. I could do that any time I wanted. Then what? It's the whole, not helplessness. Maggie made some indeterminate gestures while she struggled to find the right word. Feebleness. Charlotte asked helpfully. Disability? She grinned at wiggling her eyebrows. Impotence? Maggie rolled her eyes at Charlotte, who smiled back with mock innocence. So you're saying is that what you like is not being in control? What's so bad about that? It's kind of what happened in Eliza's place. Maggie looked down. And I didn't want to make you think I wanted to go back there. Charlotte put a hand on Maggie's arm. I know you don't. Maggie looked back up at Charlotte. It's not like I like not having control in general. I don't want to be tied up or anything. It's just with the diapers. Millimeter hem. Charlotte didn't say anything else, feeling that this was something Maggie needed to get off her chest. And I don't want to go full baby either, with pacifiers and onuses and stuff. I know it doesn't make sense. It's just that it helps me relax. I don't have to worry about anything. So would you want to be cared for and changed by someone as well? Not like Eliza, but somebody else. I don't know. Maybe, Maggie said hesitantly. But sometimes I want to do that to somebody else. Like you do for me? Charlotte asked quietly. Yeah. Christopher? Maggie gave a short laugh. Yeah, like he'd go for that. Maggie poured the contents of the pot into a bowl and filled the dirty pot with water, leaving it in the sink for later. She brought the bowl to the table and sat down, smiling a little. Did you just? Charlotte was lying on her stomach on the table. Yeah, Maggie admitted sheepishly. Just a little dribble though. Not like before. That's what you'll usually have. So you might as well get used to it. Charlotte scooted closer. So, do you still like it? Maggie blushed. I'll take that as a yes, Charlotte said with a grin. You know what? I'm going to go watch a movie or something, give you some quality alone time. She vanished in a sparkly cloud, leaving Maggie alone with her thoughts. It was with high hopes that Danne moved out of his parents' home and into the dorms near the University of California Santa Barbara campus. He relished the new freedom of his surroundings and enjoyed the academic atmosphere. He was able to split his attention between focusing on his coursework and his hobbies, essentially granting him the freedom that he'd always hoped for. Danne pursued his studies and passions and was met with success. His grade point average skyrocketed in comparison to his high school grades, and he was able to attend several major card tournaments he couldn't otherwise before moving into a bigger city. After a semester of late nights and high amounts of caffeine, he felt like he had a grip on the college scene and that he was working towards a bright future. 3 months into his second semester of study, his parents divorced. Following on the heels of that decision was the squabbling over money, the house, and everything. With the legally and emotionally charged mess, the parents couldn't agree on anything and became embroiled in a fight for Danne's younger brother, Philip. One day he received a letter from his mother saying that she wouldn't be able to help pay for his studies because of the financial strain of paying legal fees. She offered to let him come back to her house if he couldn't manage to make things work down in Santa Barbara. He never received a letter, email, or call from his father. But the bank did send him an official notification that his account would no longer be receiving any more funds from his father's account number. His father moved to Seattle in order to take care of his ailing parents' estate, and his mother won both the house and Philip. However, she had been a stay-at-home mother and had a tough time getting back into the workforce. Eventually, she couldn't make some of the bills and let the telephone service drop. Danne, who didn't know who won the house or what happened to his younger brother, was cut off from communication with his family. Often not knowing the truth is better than knowing, as sometimes, late at night, Danne envisioned his family having reconciled and awaiting his triumphant return. Luckily, his dorm fees and tuition had been prepaid till the end of the semester, and he had a fair amount of funds left over from his part-time job last summer. He was receiving some financial aid and still had a good $1,000 or so worth of scholarship money. But he would be unable to pay for tuition, books, and the cost of living without quite a bit more money. He buckled down. He tried to throw himself into his studies and undergraduate work, but was often disrupted by a deep feeling of despair and discontent. He found that he was losing focus and began to wonder what would happen if he simply quit. He was doing the right thing, staying there and going to college, right? Should he go back to his family? Does he really need a bachelor's or major? At this point, Danne did what any normal college student would do: go on a binge. Usually, this would mean going out with some friends and drinking until they started to suffer from alcohol poisoning. But in this case, as with most everything else in Danne's life, things went differently. He longed to escape all of his troubles, and for him, infantilism was his choice means of escape, rather than go drinking. take drugs or use women. He often just went back to his private dorm, diapered himself up, and cuddled with his stuffed moose until the morning. Everything always seemed better on those mornings. And so it was that Danne approached finals week. The course load grew enormous with finals and end-of-term projects coming due. Danne still had no new source of income or even a place to stay once the dorms booted everyone out for 2 weeks of mandatory cleaning. Danne awoke at his desk, looked at his wristwatch, and dashed out the door. It looked like he was going to be late for class. My previous assistant lasted 2 weeks. This one lasted 3 days, complained Sarah. Why can't human resources get me someone more competent? Sarah had already had a very bad day and things weren't looking up. It started with her waking up late, arriving at work to find that her assistant had quit, and culminated in this argument with her boss. Her work was always impeccable, her assistant's work, on the other hand, not so much. This last one couldn't even handle his first assignment and embarrassed the company over a simple task. How hard can it be to get coffee, file papers, and handle one simple case study? To top it all off, he didn't even have the grace to quit like a normal fellow. Instead, he jumped from the roof of the building and inflicted damage on their well-manicured lawn and corporate logo. Why are you complaining to me? Your work was subpar and because of resulting damages to company property your pay is getting docked until repairs are complete, voiced Vice President Christensen calmly. I don't think my pay should be docked because of his stupidity. Besides, it was only some cosmetic damage. Cosmetic damage? He obliterated the J in our logo. Truth be told, the assistant had also caused a bit of pitting in the sidewalk and broke a window. But there was no reason to quibble over details. My decision on that is final. There was a pause as Sarah started and disregarded several responses. She eventually settled on a nod. Was there anything else, Sarah? The vice president asked after rubbing his temples a bit. Well, about my assistant. I want another one. Instead of responding with why do you sound like a child wanting a new puppy, Christensen chose the more tactful why are you asking me? That's Gabe's department. Actually, would you mind if I interviewed my next assistant personally? I know it's against company policy, but it might cut down on my high turnover rate. And give me a short break, Sarah added internally. Sure, tell Gabe I said it was okay. With that, Sarah was dismissed. She turned to leave and had to restrain herself from skipping as she neared the door. Just don't slack off on anything, Christensen called out behind her. Sarah's shoulders fell. This brings us to the present, with Dane Bishop shedding away the heavy course load in the last days of finals week, and finishing up his sociocultural anthropology final. What is the primary concern of the AAA and all successful cultural anthropologists? Repeated Dane under his breath. An easy last question, maybe Coach Robbie is slipping. Dane scrawled down the well-being of their focus group and turned over the last page of the test. He looked at the blank back of the sheet of paper, then smiled. He was the first person done. He decided to skip reviewing his test answers, it was bad luck. Dane tossed his pencil case and binder into his backpack and walked down the row of desks until he came to someone with their feet up on a chair across the aisle. Rather than disturb the student, he jumped down to a different row of seats and walked to the stairs leading to the exit of the lecture hall and the professor's desk. Professor Robinson was a slightly balding and informal man who stood 6 feet 4 inches in height. He preferred that people call him Coach Robbie because it was one of the few perks he got as the coach for the cheerleading squad. The middle-aged man looked up from his desk and noted Dane's presence. Finished already? Yeah, Dane said, flashing the coach a half smile. The professor looked back over his papers. Have you ironed out that student aid issue yet? I've confirmed that I'll be getting some, but I'm not sure if it'll be enough to make ends meet. My funds are pretty short and I need to find work. I heard about a job from a friend of mine. You interested? Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to look into, after all. I could always move back to Humboldt, I guess. Danne thought to himself. What are the specifics? Well, it's an internship of sorts. Kate was just getting home from a visit to her boyfriend's house out of town, relieved to finally be home. She put down her bags as she took her apartment key out of her purse and slowly inserted it into the lock. As she turned the key, and subsequently the knob, she began to hear popular music, faintly, but clearly. She gathered her bags quickly and began walking into the apartment. It seemed that with every step she took the music grew louder, almost stronger. She turned left into the hallway, branching off the living room and saw that her roommate's door was closed. She knocked several times, hoping to provoke some sort of response, but all she heard was the music, throbbing, behind the door. She shrugged and slowly walked into her room at the end of the hall and got everything situated as it was before she had left to see Steve, her boyfriend of 2 years. As she put things in their place, she hummed and thought back. Not just on the last week spent with Steve, but the 2 years before it. How well their relationship was progressing, and how happy she was to be with such a great guy. She finished putting everything away, and as her mind started descending back to earth, she began to hear that throbbing, pounding music again. She looked at the clock. It read 11 in the morning. She had been there for an hour already putting things away, and yet her roommate still had not even left her room. She began to grow concerned and walked slowly, but nervously, to her roommate's room. She reached for the doorknob, turned it, and slowly pushed the door open. Jen, her roommate, was always a tomboy. Always hanging out with boys. Watching sports with them. Drinking beer. And she just recently started smoking cigarettes. Jen had never been what Kate would consider a proper girl. The two were still what you could consider friends. At least. In the way that two girls who don't fight usually are. Kate had met Jen when she moved in-state for college. Jen was originally from Ohio. Jen had needed a place to stay, since her on-campus living arrangements had fallen through. She had always said that she was going to go to school to be a vet, since she loved animals. She was doing really well at school until just recently. The night, as Kate knew it, even took a toll on her. Jen had just turned 21, and her parents were in town to help celebrate. Jen always noted that as she walked into the establishment, she saw a motorbike outside that she really liked. After they had finished eating, Jen had passed her, they walked outside. Instead of seeing her parents walk to their car, she saw them begin to walk towards the motorcycle. Needless to say, she was confused. As she reached the motorcycle, her parents began to say that it was hers. She was ecstatic. She had always wanted one and now she had one. She jumped up and down, and gave each of her parents a huge hug and a wet kiss. She then remembered that there was a basketball game on at 8, both she and her dad wanted to see it, so she asked if they would like to meet back at her place. They said yes, and so she got on the motorcycle, turned right out of the parking lot, and drove through a stoplight. She noted that it turned yellow just as she passed through. So it would probably turn red for her parents. It did, and her parents stopped at the light. After Jen reached her apartment complex, she went inside, and climbed up the stairs that led to the second floor. She slowly drudged to apartment 7, and walked in. She saw her roommate, Kate, making popcorn. Kate said something about how everything is better if you watch it with popcorn. Jen never really knew how to handle Kate's overbearing motherly nature. As Jen sat down, she turned on the game, and began to watch, starting to wonder where her parents were. 5 minutes passed, and Kate walked over with a bowl of popcorn and set it down. She then began to play with Jen's hair a bit. Kate always talked about how wonderful Jen's hair was. It was shoulder length, slightly curly, and dark brown. Jen swatted away Kate's hands, unable to handle any stimulation due to her increasing nervousness about her parents. Jen said she was worried about them, and that she was going to drive over and find out what was going on. As Jen left, she had a hollow feeling in her stomach. She knew something terrible had happened. She didn't even take notice of the sirens until she saw the ambulance and police cars, sitting in the middle of the intersection, near a dark black car. She slowly began to walk towards it. After parking her bike, immediately blocking out anything else around her. When she got closer, she began to realize that it was her parents' car. She saw the two mangled. She couldn't handle anymore. She already knew what had happened. She whirled around and saw the slime that had hit her parents and his truck through her blurred, teary vision. She began to stalk over to him, feeling more hate for this man than she had ever felt in her life. As Jen walked up to him, fist clenched, ready to hit him, a police officer saw her and restrained her. The police officer began to ask what Jen was doing there, who she was, what her name was. It felt like 50 questions asked at once. She had no clue what was going on, so she said what she could through her tears and sobs. The police officer must have decoded enough that he knew who she was. He embraced her and told her he was sorry. He helped her to the front seat of his car, and drove her home. If you could ask Kate what she felt when she opened the door to her roommate's room, the surprise would be low on the list. Those high on the list, however, would be disgust and annoyance, to say the least. She opened that door, to see Jen, lying on the floor of her room. Sprawled over two men. Dressed only in their boxers. Buried in beer cans and bottles. Kate slowly picked up two pairs of jeans that she identified as the men's and tossed them to the pigs. They were awake and slowly doing unspeakable things to Jen. Kate screamed at them to get out of the house. The two men had moved faster than anything Kate had ever seen. They had their pants on in 2 seconds and they ran out of the house before Kate could even figure out what was going on. Kate slowly walked over to Jen, to assess the damage. She was lying there, sprawled across the ground, half naked, wearing only a pair of boxers and a single sock. Kate took notice of several $20 bills sticking out of the waistband of the boxers. Kate walked around the room, looking for a shirt. She found one, luckily, right under Jen. Kate had to lift Jen to get the shirt and surprisingly, she was very light. She pulled the shirt on over Jen. She couldn't help but think how helpless Jen looked. After she had the shirt on Jen, she slowly shook her awake. Jen said one word, bathroom. Kate helped her up, as she stumbled across the hall into the bathroom and closed the door. T sounded as though Jen made it. Which was good. Kate didn't want to have to clean more messes than she already had to. Kate quickly located the stereo, and turned it off. She could hear the birds outside, and it was peaceful. Until the sound was interrupted by Jen throwing up into the toilet. Jen heaved as she drew herself off the cold, hard floor in the bathroom. Facing the toilet, yet again. To throw up some more. Afterwards, dropping to the floor again. She wasn't sure why she drank so much all the time, it only led to more problems. She then remembered how good it felt to feel nothing at all. After about an hour, she felt herself getting better. At least good enough to realize that she dropped about $60 out of her boxers. She always wore boxers, it was her little way of rebelling against her own gender. She always hated girls. They were always whining about how bad everything is. And always getting giddy about boys and things like that. Not to mention the whole sugar and spice thing. Never really resonated with her. This didn't mean she had any problem exploiting her gender. She loved exploiting the gullible fools that boys tend to be. While she was thinking about all of this, she was standing up, working her way over to the shower. She got in and turned the water up to the medium level that she thought was so relaxing. As she washed her hair, she heard something fall in the kitchen. She thought it was just Kate being clumsy and dropping things again. She spent about 6 minutes in the shower. She could never stand being in there for very long. As she dried off and stepped into the hall wearing her towel, she saw Kate pacing around the living room on the phone. Probably with her boyfriend. Jen couldn't stand that guy. Something about him always irritated her. She walked into her room and stood in front of the mirror admiring the shape of her body. She is 22 years old, even though everyone always guesses she's 16 or 17 due to how young she looks. As she got dressed, she slipped on a pair of boxers, a pair of jeans, a bra, and a white tank top, as well as socks. She was walking towards the door to put her shoes on. Oh, she could go watch the football game with her friend Mark. When she noticed something. A whimper. As she walked past the couch, she saw Kate lying on her back. She was staring at the ceiling with her eyes red and puffy. Tears streaming down her face, and her lip was quivering. It was obvious to Jen that Kate was depressed about something, but she just kept walking towards the door and put her boots on. As she closed the door she said, "I'll be home around 9. As the door closed, Kate lay on the couch, crying. She was wondering why he would do this to her. She thought they had something special, they were going to last forever. How could there be another girl in his life? She did not get it. She had just seen him. She had just gotten back from a trip to his house for a week. Then she remembered. That time he went to check on the boat. He was gone for nearly 4 hours. She couldn't stand it anymore. She let out a sob. He realized it was useless being caught up on a boy she had lost. So she headed into her room and closed the door. Jen seemed to be laughing hysterically at the grown man on screen crying. Because his wife had just died. Mark said, "You're just cold sometimes, Jen." She replied, "I don't care. Why should a grown man be crying? I haven't cried since I just don't cry. So why should he?" Mark retorted, "It's a bit different when a girl cries, and when a guy cries." "Oh? It is? I thought the only difference was that guys were actually emotionally stable. And didn't need to cry to vent any particular emotion," Jen said without batting an eye. Mark noted as he nodded at the clock. "You know, it's pretty late. You should probably be getting home." Jen spun around on the bar stool Mark had in his kitchen and suddenly remembered Kate. Crap. When did it get to be 1 a.m.? She exclaimed as she ran out of the house, grabbing her motorcycle helmet off the ground on the way out. What Jen returned to was far from what she left. She pulled into the driveway to see a few of Kate's friends loading a large trailer, which was hooked up to Kate's van. She took off her helmet as she stepped off her bike, and walked into the building, saying hi to anyone she happened to see on the way up to apartment 7. When she walked in, she saw the entire apartment bare. She remembered that today was the day the lease was up. She was confused, as was obviously visible on her face. She found Kate in the corner of the living room, helping direct her friends. Jen asked what was going on, and Kate said, almost too coolly, "I can't stand to be in the same state as that idiot. So I'm moving into your old house. The one you grew up in. I spoke to your aunt. She was doing a good job taking care of the place. And she said we could stay there as long as we want. You can come too if you follow a few conditions." Kate was almost a completely different person than the warm motherly figure that Jen had known since she had moved in. She could sense the wall that Kate was building around her, and for some reason, she cared. "Why, yeah. I'll go," Jen replied. Almost instantaneously, spare a few stutters. Kate nodded, and said, "Your opinion in the situation doesn't really matter. I already packed your things, and we're leaving in about an hour, after everything is in the trailer." Jen was in shock. Was this really the same cheerful, warm girl who had helped her to the toilet the same day? More importantly, is this how she herself had acted towards everyone, with the same cold, demanding demeanor. Jen walked through the house, feeling like a ghost. Thinking back on how difficult life must have been on everyone around her. Due to her own selfishness. She was ready to give anything to make up for how mean she had been. Jen noticed that everything was gone, and she heard Kate yell, "We're leaving, come on." So she slowly walked out to the van, got in the front seat, and reclined the back of the seat. Neither Jen nor Kate had spoken for at least an hour. Riding with only the sound of the engine and the rushing of wind on the windows to break the silence. "What about my bike?" asked Jen. Wide-eyed, kicking her feet together, bored. "I sold it," replied Kate. Just as cold as she was a few hours ago. "So, we're going to my old house?" Jen asked, feeling her newfound sensitivity coursing through her body. "Yes." "Go to sleep," Kate commanded. Jen had a hard time resisting. So much so that she laid down her head and rested her eyes. Unable, and unwilling, to do anything that would make Kate unhappy. She had put her through enough. Jen was slowly drifting in and out, seeing worn out small town buildings and large city highways. But she paid no mind to them. She just cared about sleeping as Kate wanted her to. Jen jumped as she heard the driver's side door slam. She looked up through the windshield and saw something extremely familiar. The siding of her childhood home. After she had the chance to rub her eyes, she saw her aunt handing the keys to Kate. She heard her aunt say something about the little something. After Kate and Jen's aunt had a discussion, Jen saw her aunt step off the front patio, and she watched as she left in her grey BMW. Jen looked up to the patio again and saw Kate walking into the house, almost completely disregarding her. Jen quickly hopped out of the front seat of the car, crossed the yard, and worked her way up the steps to the front door. Stepping into the house was like taking a step into the past itself. The house had not changed very much at all since she had left when she turned 18. She heard a drawer sliding down the hall, so she went into the room to investigate. She saw her parents' master bedroom being inhabited by Kate. She couldn't object, although she had several strong feelings against this. Kate said, "Just wait there. Remember those conditions I told you about?" Jen nodded, complacently. "Well, I'll tell you about them as soon as I'm done unpacking." "Sit on the bed and wait," Kate commanded. Jen complied and sat on the bed. Feeling minuscule, being towered over by someone who had once been emotionally neglected by herself. The final drawer had closed, and Kate was humming. She stood up and looked down at Jen. Jen never realized how much taller Kate was. Jen opened her mouth to speak. "So." "Shush," Kate said as she looked down at Jen. She then proceeded to walk out of the room and ordered Jen to follow her. Jen trotted after Kate, as she realized they were heading towards the bathroom. After they entered the bathroom, Kate stared down at Jen and ordered to remove her garments. Jen removed all of her clothes, down to her boxers. At which point Kate laughed and said, "I mean all the way." After which, Kate proceeded to pull down the boxers and easily placed Jen in the bathtub. Kate turned the water on and the tub filled with lukewarm water. Jen just sat, looking up at Kate, confused. Jen attempted to speak again. "What? Remember what I said?" Kate demanded an answer. "Yes." Jen complied again. Jen just looked down at her toes, which were buried under bathwater. After several minutes, Kate demanded she get out, which she did. She just stood there as Kate looked at her. Kate then turned around and opened a drawer in the bathroom counter. She pulled out a razor. Jen was petrified. Kate then proceeded to shave every hair. After about 15 minutes, Jen finally gathered the courage to look down and saw her body as it looked when she was in 4th grade. Smooth as a baby's bottom. Kate made some remark about how cute Jen looked now and walked out of the bathroom. Jen bent over to grab her boxers to get dressed again. And to her horror, she saw all of her clothes gone. She was instantly petrified. She attempted to look around for something to wear. To no avail. She stood in the bathroom for what seemed like an eternity until Kate came back with a pill and a glass of water. She demanded that Jen take it, with which she begrudgingly obliged. Soon afterwards, she felt dizzy. She noticed her vision start to blur as she fell forward into Kate's arms and into darkness. Kate easily carried Jen into the master bedroom, placed her on the bed, and walked out. Kate walked towards the front door as she heard the doorbell ring. She opened the door and was greeted by several of Jen's aunt's friends. They helped her move everything into place and even a few extra things that were picked up while Jen was napping on the way there. After everything had been moved into Kate and Jen's new home, Kate paid her helpers, and they left. She then strode back into the master bedroom to see Jen still sleeping in the same position she had left her. Kate slowly lifted Jen and carried her into a room around the corner from the master bedroom. Jen's eyes slowly opened. She felt her legs gently moving about as she noticed Kate was carrying her. He felt herself being put down, but couldn't fully see. For some reason, her eyes were blurry. All she could see was a very pastel-looking pink color. She tried to move but found that whenever she would try, she would almost always randomly flail. Kate noticed Jen's attempt at moving and told her that the pill Jen had taken was a muscle relaxant, as well as a sleeping drug. Jen tried to speak back but found that all that came out was a slurred mess of random sounds and noises. Jen realized the hopelessness of the situation and began to regret it. Kate had just turned around from setting down something when she saw a tear roll down Jen's face. "Don't you worry your pretty little head," Kate said, as she slowly stroked Jen's long, curly, brown hair. "I'll be sure to take good care of you." "How couldn't I, when you're so cute?" Kate quickly proclaimed. Jen tried to retort, but all that came out again was a mangled mess. Jen felt a little bit of drool beginning to gather and fall from her bottom lip as she attempted to speak. Suddenly, she noticed something. The walls were so wonderful. The shade. It was intoxicating. She couldn't make out any details due to the blurriness of her eyes. But she didn't care. She couldn't help but crane her neck and start looking around the room, wide-eyed, as she took in the wall's flawless color. Kate noticed this as well and giggled a little bit. Kate then suddenly held up a hand. "I almost forgot," she excitedly stated. She hurriedly ran from the room, as Jen grew worried. What would she do if she needed anything? If she had to move for any reason? What would she do if she grew hungry? None of these concerns was of any importance as, even in her blinded state, she saw Kate walk in, holding something that she was ready to fight her way out of. Jen attempted to struggle, but was only able to slightly flail her arms and legs as she let out a cry, with tears streaming down her face. She would do anything but this. Why would Kate make her do this? Kate was always so nice to her. She tried to yell, but it only came out as a louder wail. Jen was unable to follow exactly what was going on due to her blurred vision. Kate had never expected Jen to be so resistant to the diaper she was trying to put on her. She felt that it would be fun. Kate quickly grabbed both of Jen's ankles and held them together while she pulled them up, effectively lifting Jen's butt as well. She slowly slid the diaper under Jen and carefully lowered her legs back down, all through sobs and wails from Jen. She carefully lifted the front part of the diaper between Jen's legs and pulled up the adhesive tabs. She had trapped Jen in the diaper. Jen couldn't believe what was going on. She had just been put into a diaper. She had never wet herself. At least, not when she was sober. She had finally realized that there was nothing she could do. However, and just decided to calm down a bit. Kate slowly picked up Jen and began cradling her and rocking her. Just like a baby. Kate was telling Jen how good she was for being a good baby and letting her put the diaper on her cute little bottom. Kate was telling her how she was going to get a special present for lunch today too. Kate then proceeded to lay her diapered, but otherwise naked baby on her back, while she walked into the closet and pulled out a onesie. She walked over to Jen and lifted her arms through the bottom of the onesie, while she slid it down over her head. She then pulled her head through the hole at the top and snapped the buttons in the crotch. Kate then walked over to the dresser and pulled out what Jen saw only as a pastel pink blur, much like the walls. Kate pulled the pants up over the baby's legs and positioned them right on her hips. Jen looked up at what she believed to be Kate's face and proceeded to babble. Kate said, "I know, baby, I know. I have cuter clothes for you that I'll be giving to you in a bit. I didn't think I should give my whittle baby Wumpikins anything that she'd get dirty when I give her breakfast." Jen attempted to liberate herself from Kate's hold by moving, but she only squirmed around a little bit. Still lacking muscular control, Kate was carrying Jen. She was taking Jen to the kitchen so she could feed her some food. She realized that Jen hadn't eaten since they had left. Kate looked at Jen as she carried her and bounced her up and down a few times. Jen giggled immensely, which was nothing but the opposite of what was going on inside her head. She was panicking. She had realized that she was unable to comprehend what she was seeing, unable to speak, unable to control her body, and apparently, also unable to fully control her mind. It was as though she was being controlled by impulse, forced to do things by her subconscious. Kate entered the kitchen with Jen and put Jen into an oversized high chair that she had asked Jen's aunt to buy before they had moved. Jen felt herself being restrained in the chair but just pouted. She realized that there was nothing she could do to control herself. All of a sudden Jen cried. Kate suddenly moved over by her. Jen realized that instant that this was how she could communicate. She could escape if she could just cry enough. So she cried louder and louder. Kate walked over to Jen and made coos and sweet noises at Jen to calm her down. She prepared a bottle and got some baby food out from the cabinet. Jen stopped crying, as Kate noticed her looking at her chest. She realized then that she should mentally regress Jen as far back as she could. So she scrapped the idea of giving her a bottle and mushy icky food and undid the high chair. She lifted Jen out of the chair slowly, so as not to upset her anymore, and carried her to the living room. As she softly hummed a song, Jen was enthralled with Kate. She couldn't stop thinking about her. How nice she was. How much Jen loved her. How sad and afraid she felt to be away from her for any more than an instant. As she walked over to a chair, Kate saw something on the floor but disregarded it, mentally noting to pick it up later. She sat down on a rocking chair as she laid Jen across her lap. She slowly raised Jen to her chest and closed her eyes. Jen was confused. She wondered why she felt the way she did, and she wondered what was going on. She felt perplexed by her sudden ecstasy at being so close to Kate. She suddenly realized what was going on. Jen noticed that she couldn't think any complex thoughts right now. She was just feeling things. Feeling happy. Feeling sad. Feeling confused. But feeling content all the while. As long as she was by Kate. Jen didn't feel as though she would ever be afraid. Kate felt a very odd sensation. It was a very odd mix between pleasure and pain. Albeit a bit more pleasure than pain. Physically it felt rather odd. Although, she felt so fulfilled emotionally. She felt like she was providing for someone who needed her. She felt like a mother, and she felt very much like she never wanted to let this girl out of her sight. Kate looked down at Jen to see that she was asleep, with her mouth still resting open on Kate's chest. Kate carefully repositioned Jen and proceeded to slowly lift Jen and herself up, off of the chair. She looked down at the object that she had kicked earlier, and found a pacifier. One of the movers must have dropped it out of something as they moved things in. She bent over, very slightly, to be able to reach the pacifier, and stuck it in Jen's mouth. She stroked Jen's soft locks as Jen began to suck on the pacifier and turn her head in content slumber. Kate walked to Jen's nursery and set her down on a diaper-changing table. She carefully took the pink sweatpants off of Jen, that she had put on earlier, and proceeded to carefully put Jen inside of her crib. She lifted a pastel, multicolored quilt over Jen, and tucked it under her. As Kate walked out of the nursery, she heard a soft mumbling behind her. She turned around, smiled, and walked out. Doreen had been waiting for the call. She had only placed the card in the newsagents only a few hours earlier. Doreen could not believe her luck that PJ, a single man, had been the first to call. She hadn't even had to turn anyone away. She prepared her guest's room for his arrival. I eventually found the address. The directions I was given were correct, but the house was well out of the way of the main road down a country lane. I knocked on the door and waited. 30 seconds later a female opened the door. "You must be PJ," said the blonde woman dressed in a blue skirt and white blouse. "Yes," I said as she invited me into the house and into the living room. The house was very large and well looked after. The woman introduced herself as Doreen and invited me to sit down on the sofa. She double-checked my details about my reasons for staying the night. I confirmed that the reason I was traveling alone was that I had no family and few friends. Doreen offered me a drink and I accepted a cold drink of orange juice. As I drank my drink, Doreen spoke of her rules for the house, stating that she had the final say in meals and bedtimes. What the hell was she going on about? I thought to myself as I finished my drink. Still, I was only staying one night anyway and I didn't really care what types of rules she had. Doreen took my glass from me and took it out to the kitchen. "The drug will start to take effect soon," she thought to herself as she picked up her handbag from the side table in the kitchen and returned with it to the front room. I was starting to feel very hot and uncomfortable. When I tried to stand, I fell to the floor. Doreen was standing over me. "Are you okay?" she asked, as I looked up at her. I tried to get up but became weaker and weaker by the second. I was on my back and by now my limbs felt so heavy I could not lift them. I tried to talk to Doreen but my tongue did not function properly and only mumbled jargon escaped my lips. I even started to dribble. Doreen opened her handbag and removed a packet of tissues. She opened the packet and pulled 4 tissues from the pack. She knelt next to me. "Do not be scared, sweetheart, everything is going to be just fine," she said as she wiped my chin and then stuffed the tissues into my mouth, effectively gagging me. I tried to push the tissues from my mouth with my tongue but could not even manage that. Doreen stood up and left the room. I was scared. I didn't know this woman, no one knew that I was here and I was unable to move a muscle. Doreen had gone to her room. She was so excited that the moment had finally come for her to become a mommy. She changed from her skirt and blouse into her blue nurse's uniform. She also tied her rubber apron on as she knew that it would be needed very shortly. She left the room and went into PJ's room and picked up the bag near the door and returned downstairs. As she entered the room, she looked down at me and smiled at what she thought was a helpless man. She walked beside me so that I could see her and started to speak. "I have given you something, darling, which has removed all of your control over your muscles for 30 minutes or so. You will stay with me until I decide that you can leave. Do you understand?" I could only look at my kidnapper as she spoke to me. I suddenly felt the urge to wee, but as with all of my other muscles, I could not hold the urge and began to uncontrollably wet myself. Doreen noticed immediately that a dark area had appeared on my jeans. "Naughty baby, you couldn't even wait until mommy had diapered you." Doreen knelt down beside me and opened the bag she had brought down from upstairs. She placed a pair of latex gloves on, took off my shoes and socks, and then emptied the contents of the bag. I stared in disbelief as Doreen removed several bottles of liquid from the bag, an adult-sized diaper and plastic pants, a pile of tissues, and finally a pair of scissors. My eyes widened when Doreen picked up the scissors. She proceeded to cut away my jeans, t-shirt, and finally my boxer shorts. Doreen stood up and took the clothing to the kitchen. She returned with a bowl of warm soapy water and flannel. Doreen then proceeded to clean me. "We don't want baby to be smelly, do we?" she said as she started to wash me. She then picked up one of the bottles from the bag and opened it. She sprayed it onto me and foam appeared. As Doreen removed the tissues in my mouth, she said, "The foam I have just put on you will remove your bodily hair. You see, you will be my baby while you stay here, and babies don't have body hair, do they?" Doreen used the flannel to remove the foam. She took great delight in showing me my hair in the flannel once she had finished. Tears began to form in my eyes as the full extent of my predicament became apparent. Doreen noticed the tears streaming down my face. "Do not cry, honey," she said as she took some tissues from the pile and dried my eyes. Doreen took the bowl to the kitchen to dispose of the hair and water. While she was gone, I started to regain slight movement in his limbs and tongue. Again tears streamed down my face. What was in store for me next? Doreen returned. She took something from her handbag and lifted my legs. She slipped the diaper under my bottom. She took some tissues from the pile and put them between them before lowering my bottom onto the diaper. Doreen then pulled the plastic pants over my legs and up over the diaper. She tapped my penis through the diaper and smiled at me as she wiped the tears again with some tissues and put them into her pocket. "I think it's time for a nap, sweetie, while I moves you to your room," Doreen said with a smile. I started to mumble and move on the floor as my limbs started to return to use. Doreen picked up one of the bottles on the floor and unscrewed it. She picked up the remaining pile of tissues and applied the liquid to them. "This will send you to sleep, darling, while I settles you into your nursery." Doreen sat on my chest and looked into my eyes. "Good boy," was all she said before clamping the tissues to my face. The tissues covered my mouth and nose, and I had no choice but to breathe in the liquid that Doreen had placed on them. "Good baby," Doreen said as I took my first breath. The drug hit me hard and I started to struggle as my limbs used all of the energy available to them. I tried to hold my breath as long as I could. Doreen could see this. "There's no point in holding your breath, sweetheart. The chloroform will put you to sleep eventually. Just breathe it in and it will be over very soon." I could hold my breath no longer and took another breath. The room started to spin. I tried to concentrate on Doreen's eyes and not on the drug putting me into bye-bye land. I moaned into the tissues that Doreen held firmly to my nose and mouth. "Hush baby, hush," was the only response Doreen gave. My eyes started to roll as I started to lose consciousness. "That's right baby, sleepy baby, hush hush." I was asleep. Doreen held the tissues over my mouth and nose for a few more seconds just to make sure before removing them and standing up. She looked down at her handiwork. She was so happy that the kidnapping had gone so well. Now it was time to move her new baby to his nursery. Doreen retrieved a wheelchair from the kitchen and after some pushing and pulling were able to move me into it. The hard work was now done, after the compensation that she had received after her operation a few years ago, which left her unable to have a baby. Doreen had a lift installed into the house. She had been planning this plot for some time, and the lift was to enable the transportation of her new charge upstairs and down without the problem of negotiating stairs. Doreen pushed the wheelchair to the lift and then once on the upper level to the nursery. She wasted no time in moving me from the wheelchair onto the bed located in the room. Doreen used the straps on the bed to secure me to it. She took an oversized dummy from the side cabinet and pushed it into my sleeping mouth and secured it behind my head. She then picked up a blindfold from the cabinet and secured it over my closed eyes. Doreen exited the nursery and went to her bedroom. Once there, she stripped to her underwear and switched on the television in the room. She used the remote control to select the channel and an image of her new charge appeared on the screen. Doreen had fitted CCTV into the nursery so that she could watch her baby from the comfort of her bedroom. During the night I woke, it took me some time to realize where I was. However, as I tried to move and the restraint stopped me, I soon realized the reality of my situation. I realized that I was blindfolded and gagged. I tried to push the gag out with my tongue, but as it was strapped in, it did not budge. I did not know whether it was still daytime or night. I must have laid there for hours, then suddenly I felt a rumble in my bowels. The suppositories were starting to do their job, just as Doreen had promised. It was not long after the rumble that I began to uncontrollably fill the diaper. The mess was gross and the warmth in my diaper was unbearable, but I had no choice but to bear it. I started to cry. It must have been a few more hours before I heard movement in the house. By now my diaper was a cold mess and very damp. I heard a shower running, and about 30 minutes later I heard the door to the room I was in open. I was still crying and was unable to stop. I turned my head as Doreen entered. "Morning, sleepyhead, did you have a good night's sleep?" I violently pulled against my bonds and moaned into my gag. Now, sweetie, calm down," Doreen said as I felt her feel my diaper. "Has baby messed his diaper? Would he like mommy to change him?" she asked as she removed my blindfold. It took a few seconds for my eyes to become used to the light. I then looked at Doreen. You've been crying, sweetie, haven't you?" Doreen said. She took some tissues from her nurse's apron pocket and put them to my nose. I moaned into my tissues as she held them there. "The substance that you drank last night will make you very emotional. Now blow your nose for mommy," Doreen said sternly. I refused and shook my head. Doreen pinched the tissues to my nose and held them for a few seconds, sternly saying, "Blow for mommy." I had no choice as I would not be able to breathe if I disobeyed her command. "Good baby," she said as she wiped my nose with the tissues and disposed of them in the bin. Doreen then opened a drawer and removed a pile of tissues and a bottle of chloroform. She applied the clear liquid to the tissues. "I am not going to put you to sleep, darling, just relax you while I change your diaper." Doreen removed the tissue. I immediately tried to protest but was cut short as the tissues were applied over my mouth and nose. Doreen was true to her word. I moaned and tried to turn away from the substance-filled tissues. She held them firmly until I became sleepy and could not struggle any longer. She removed the tissues and put them on the cabinet beside the bed, and put on a pair of latex gloves. She quickly removed the plastic pants and diaper. "Pooey, smelly baby," she said as the smell hit the room. I could only watch on as she got to work cleaning my areas with baby wipes and then washed them with a flannel. Once I was clean, she disposed of her gloves and came close to my face and looked at me in the eyes. "Good baby," she said and kissed me. Doreen then went to another drawer in the room and removed a fresh diaper and plastic pants. She also retrieved a pile of tissues from the first drawer where she had previously obtained the chloroform from. She placed the items onto my chest and diapered me as she had done the previous night. She lifted my legs and slipped the diaper under my bottom, took some tissues from the pile and parted my buttocks, and shoved them between them before lowering my bottom onto the diaper. Doreen then pulled the plastic pants over my legs and up over the diaper. Jonathan was not sure what he was going to be for Halloween. He had hoped he might be a cowboy or maybe even a monster. However, his mother had other ideas. Jonathan's mother was going through her daughter's old ballet costumes. She thought it might be cute for Jonathan to be a ballerina for Halloween. The costume she chose was one of her favorites. A black and white top with a white tutu and white tights. She remembered how darling Joni had looked in it. It would now fit Jonathan perfectly. Jonathan's teacher had requested that all of her students wear costumes to school on the holiday. The teacher would have prizes for the best, the most original, and authentic. Jonathan could hardly wait. That evening he got the surprise of his life. Jonathan's mother showed him his costume. He said he would not wear it. "Don't be so silly, darling, you'll look so cute," said his mother. "Let's try it on you." Jonathan removed his clothes, down to his cotton briefs. However, his mother insisted that he could not wear them with such a lovely costume. Instead, she had him step into a pair of white nylon undergarments. She then helped him into his tights and costume. He looked so darling. She furnished him with a pair of ballet slippers. The ballet slippers had large pom-poms on them. The pom-poms matched his costume and gloves. For a finishing touch, she placed a large white bow in his hair. Jonathan never felt so awkward in his life. But the next morning was even worse. Not only did she dress him in the same costume but added a necklace and a touch of lipstick. All the way to the schoolhouse, Jonathan tried not to be seen by fellow students. When his mother took him into the classroom, the boys and girls just looked in disbelief. At first, they thought he was one of the girls. When they realized who it was, the girls went to an ear. However, what with boys being boys, they just all roared with laughter. The final blow to Jonathan's dignity was when he was called up onto the stage to accept a prize for the cutest costume. His mother had arrived just in time for the judging. She was so pleased with the way he looked that she had already entered him into the contest at the local mall. This is a true story. This is how Mom come to know about my transsexuality. It is 1969 and I am living with my mom in Sweden. Summer was going down the drain. It had rained almost every other day and my 10-week summer holiday was soon coming to an end. Like so many other mornings, I took my bike and rode to the beach not far from the village where I lived. There I used to stay in one of the old changing huts reading a book or magazine or to just be alone. To my mom I used to say that I was going to be with a friend and that I would be home in time for supper. But the truth was I had no friends and wanted no one. I want to be alone because I needed to come to terms with myself and my desire to be a girl instead of a boy. For many years I had felt this longing of being a girl. It had made me do things that had made my classmates rather suspicious of me, and they had begun teasing me, calling me all sorts of names including Sissy. Even my mom had started to ask me questions like, why had I not cut my hair like she had told me to 1,000,000 times? Was it because I wanted to have my hair to look like a girl? And was it me that had been in her wardrobe? I denied those accusations strongly and promised to have my hair cut, but I just couldn't bring myself to go to the barber. I wanted to have curls in my hair like Madeline, the most beautiful girl in my class, the whole school even. I so envied of her and all the other girls. It made my heart ache that I was not like them, but I rather plain boy that no one liked. It was drizzling then I reached the beach and I quickly locked and hid my bike in the usual place so that no one would see that there was anyone there. I had with me some food, drink and a book that I had tried to read for a whole week now. I went to my usual cabin, the one that stood apart from the others. The door had no lock on the outside but had a hasp on the inside. The cabin itself was about 3'6" square and had a bench on the far side. A small window let in some light, but I also had a candle and matches hidden under a loose floorboard. I saw it immediately I opened the door. Hanging on one of the pegs was a bikini that someone had forgotten. I looked up and down the beach to try and see if there was someone else. But the beach was completely deserted, so I quickly sneaked inside and locked the door. With shaking hands and a hammering heart, I took the bikini from the peg. It was pink with black polka dots and had clasps that looked like brass at the sides of the panty and at the back of the bra. From the look of it, it must have been quite expensive. It was dry and in size 40, the same size Mom took. That I knew from my visits to her closet. In other words, a bit too large for me, but even so I just had to try it on. After another quick look to see if there were anybody else in the vicinity, I closed and locked the door, then started to undress. Telling me this was too good to be true, I put on the bikini, starting with the panty. It was then I was hooking it up that I saw that it could be adjusted in quite a simple manner by pulling on the side straps. With the panty now on and adjusted, I turned to the bra. It took me quite a while to get the back clasps to connect. I then adjusted the shoulder straps like I had seen Mom do ever so often. This was only the third or perhaps fourth time I wore a bra. It felt so good, so right. It would have been a lie to say that I was not excited, but it was no longer like the first time I wore women's clothing some 2 years ago. This time it was more like a confirmation of my true self. I wished there had been a mirror so I could have taken a good look at myself. Looking down at my chest, I saw that the bra cups, although made with some sort of stiffener underneath, still looked rather empty. This was quickly solved by rolling up my socks, one in each cup. To this day I still do not know what drove me to leave the cabin. It had stopped raining and it looked like there might even be a bit of sunshine. The beach was still empty, so I decided to take a quick dip in the sea. The water wasn't exactly warm but not too cold either. When I got out of the water, I realized that I had no towel to dry myself with. This was not a great problem since now the sun had finally broken through the clouds and the temperature was quickly rising. Becoming rather bold, I decided to take a stroll along the still deserted beach. I should have known it was a bad idea, but I just had to do it, and I walked too far and therefore missed hearing the first car. When I finally returned, the beach wasn't exactly full of people, but there were far too many to make it possible for me to get back into the cabin unseen. All I could do was to hide behind some bushes and hope that no one stole my clothes in the meantime, and that it would soon be possible for me to get to the cabin. Time dragged on and on and on, and still more people come to the beach. The sun now shone from an almost cloudless sky. Several times I feared I might get spotted, especially then two of my classmates suddenly come running by, but luckily they're too busy chasing each other to see me there I was hiding. Yes, I told myself it had been too good to be true. Now I was almost certain to be found out and the ridiculing would never stop. I cursed myself. I shouldn't have left the cabin. I ought to have known this could happen. It was very late in the evening then I finally dared to leave my hiding place and make a quick, desperate dash to the cabin. All my clothes were still there, so I changed into them in a hurry. My heart was pounding like mad in my chest. The bikini was completely dry by now, so I decided to bring it with me. It was such a good find that I just couldn't give it up any matter what. My greatest worry by now was what to tell Mom. I should have been home hours ago. Just as I had expected, Mom was beside herself from worrying over what could have happened to me. When I got home and found her in the kitchen, I told her the story I had rehearsed on my way back, that I and my pal had been too carried away building a raft that we had totally forgotten about time. Mom told me that she had been in contact with all of my mates. They had all told her that I had not been with them for ages. So where had I been? I quickly realized that I had to give her a story that was as close to the truth as I could without telling her the truth. So I told her that I had been alone at the beach to think about things like school and some of the things that some of my classmates had done to me. They thought I was a sissy, and then I had fallen asleep by the warmth of the sun, and that I had only awoken then it had gotten colder. Mom was still skeptical, but I stuck to my new story. After I had eaten my now completely dry supper, Mom sent me to bed. She informed me that we would have to talk more about this tomorrow. I went upstairs and into my room with the bikini still hidden in my jeans jacket. I quickly undressed and went to the bathroom to take my usual shower before bed. I heard Mom come upstairs but thought nothing of it. Suddenly Mom burst into the bathroom, the bikini in her hand, demanding to know what it was doing in my jeans jacket. Shocked by the sudden change in the events, I desperately stammered something that I had found it on the ground. Before I had finished, Mom yanked me out of the shower and pointed to my chest. "You wore it." She screamed and slapped me in my face with the bikini. I screamed, "No," but Mom just turned me around so I could see myself in the bathroom mirror. The truth was plain to see. My chest and hips bore the distinct outline of the bikini. I had simply been too long in the summer Sunday. That night I told Mom between sobs and streams of tears of my transsexuality, although I didn't have that word at the time. Mom took me to several doctors in the vain hope they could cure me. However, instead, they all told her and me there is no cure. They went on to tell her to make the best you can of the situation. This was something Mom found very hard to accept. "Jimmy, your babysitter's here." I heard the familiar words from my mommy, who was actually my wife of 3 years, who was busy getting ready for her date in the other room. I was in my nursery, sitting on the floor. where I'd been told to wait for my babysitter's arrival. It still drove me crazy with jealousy to see Denise getting ready for a date with another man. All this while I was destined to spend another long, lonely night in my crib. The unfairness of it grated on me constantly, and not for the first time did I strongly resent our unequal relationship. On evenings such as this, I was inclined to put up a fuss and be a pest with her. So increasingly, she had relied on the services of Brooke, our current babysitter, to keep me out of her hair. I saw the door to my nursery was soon being pushed open, and Brooke's pretty face, with her long, silky blonde hair framing it, beaming like sunshine as she looked down upon me. "And how's Mommy's little girl?" she asked solicitously, although her tone of voice couldn't mask her amusement. Brooke was a gorgeous mature college student. Brooke treated me like a little, and Denise had given her the task of babysitting me when she was too busy to put up with me herself. Brooke had taken to the job like a fish to water, enjoying her power over me, and Denise had given her full authority to discipline me as needed. And despite the fact she'd been babysitting me for over a year, I still burned with humiliation whenever she came over and saw me dressed as I was. It certainly wasn't helped by my wife's choice of attire for me. I was wearing a frilly pink gingham Sunday dress, anklets, and glossy black Mary Janes, looking a little different from a precocious toddler. It looked like Brooke had just left the university because she was dressed in casual clothing suitable for the warm summer months. Short, snug shorts that showcased her firm thighs, toned from years of cheerleading, and a form-fitting white crop top that revealed her flat washboard tummy. "What a pretty dress you have on, Jimmy," she exclaimed as she came over and felt the eyelet lace trimming the short hem. "Is that a new one?" "Aha," I mumbled as I blushed with renewed embarrassment. My wife had made it clear to me when we got married that she would be the one in charge. She had even gone to the extent of making me sign a prenuptial agreement which established our very different roles. Basically, I was to do as she told me, whenever she told me, and without question. I had been so awed with her incredible beauty and statuesque body that I was willing to agree to anything, so long as it meant living with her. What I hadn't counted on was her plans to gradually feminize me and lower my effective age to that of a preschooler. Our first argument had ended badly for me. She'd settled it by yanking me over her lap and giving me a blistering spanking with her wide-backed hairbrush, reducing me to tears in just a matter of moments. Not satisfied with my childish display of defeat, she continued to soundly paddle me, driving home her absolute authority over me and forever relegating me to secondary status. After that, she gradually threw out all my underwear, replacing them with lacy panties and putting me in girly dresses to wear around the house. But it was when she caught me doing untoward acts that things took a turn for the worse. After another painful and humiliating spanking, this time in front of my mother-in-law, she produced a chastity device. She had never been happy with my equipment down there, and this was just another way for her to take control over me. We had only been married for months when she happily brought home her latest purchase, a stout wooden paddle with numerous air holes drilled in the face for the extra sting. Even though I had been on my best behavior that day, she still insisted on breaking it in upon my panted bottom. I was sobbing like a baby by the time she finished, and since that first day, I've felt it sting many times, often, for only the slightest of reasons. It was not long after that Denise hired some workers to come in and redecorate our spare room as a baby's nursery. A large, oversized crib dominated the room, and the walls were papered with pink cartoon characters. This became my room, and I was told the master bedroom was now off limits to me. Soon, Denise began seeing other men, and she made no secret of her weekly liaisons. Her mother fully approved of her plans, and she would often come over to babysit me, happy to treat me like an infant, and it was her idea to change my bedtimes to 7:30 every night. I knew better than to argue with her, since she had shown no hesitation in blistering my bottom with Denise's paddle. It was also her idea to extend my monthly chastity sentence to 3 months at a time. "Okay, let's put away your coloring book, Jimmy," it's time to get you ready for bed by now," Brooke said as she summarily closed the page. I had been drawing on and began putting away my crayons without waiting for my approval. Is it time already?" I whined miserably. I couldn't believe it was already after 7, but since my nursery had no clocks in it, I never had any way of knowing what time it was. "Yes it is, Sissy, it's time to get you changed and ready for bed," she explained in her motherly tone. "Let's get that dress off and then it'll be time for night-night." I pouted as she pulled the frilly ensemble over my head in outstretched arms before hanging it up in the closet. She returned almost immediately with a pink and white fuzzy fleece diaper shirt, decorated with a Disney princess theme. No sooner was it pulled into place than she presented me with my nightly bottle. "Here you are, Jimmy, drink up your num-nums," she sang merrily. I accepted the 32-ounce baby bottle with blocks and giraffes and reluctantly began nursing the warmed milk. I had begun to suspect it was laced with a mild sedative and diuretic. This was in order to better control me. It wasn't for nothing that my crib mattress had a waterproof sheet covering it. Taking my hand, she led me over to the changing table. A low, padded and vinyl-covered surface 6 inches above the floor to sit me down upon. "I see your mommy has begun putting plastic panties over your trainers during the day," Brooke observed with a trace of surprise in her voice. "Are you wetting during the daytime too now?" Her pointed question made me blush furiously. But she seemed oblivious to my discomfort. "I had an accident the other day," I mumbled as I stared down at the pink carpeted floor, unable to look into her pretty green eyes. "Well, I'm not surprised," she said casually. "A big sissy like you really should be in diapers all the time, not just for bedtimes. I'll bet Denise will be making a few changes around here before too long." I winced inwardly at the idea of losing my last connection to adulthood, however pathetic it was. Please don't tell her to do that," I pleaded with her. "Everyone knows what a bedwetter you are. If you can't keep your panties dry during the day, she'll have no other choice," she quipped. "Now drink up, Sissy," she insisted as she put the bottle back to my lips, effectively ending our conversation. "We don't have all night." I pouted helplessly as Brooke snaked my yellow plastic panties down from my thick cotton training pants and put them aside for later use. "Still dry for now," she mused aloud. "Oh well, not for long." Down came my trainers. Brooke giggled as she looked down at my caged. "You didn't really think you were going to be able to satisfy Denise with this, did you?" she asked, not sure if her question was meant rhetorically. I shrugged lamely and continued nursing from my bottle while my cheeks burned with shame. "This is so small, it's of no good to anyone. I think it is just as well she decided to lock it up." "How long has it been now?" she asked as she began gathering the thick cotton diapers next to her. 2 months, I said in barely a whisper. "Well, only 1 more month to go, Sissy." "That shouldn't be any problem," she said with a confidence she couldn't possibly feel. More likely, she just didn't care. "No. This is where you belong," she said as she slid a tall but soft stack of preformed diapers under my raised rump, securely pinned into a thick, thirsty set of baby diapers with some snug plastic panties to keep your childish wetting under control. I want to get up and run from the room. However, I was forced to sit there and endure her humiliating comments. "Just take a look at these," she said brightly as she held up a fluffy white diaper. "So soft and comfy, with a nice soaker strip sewn through the middle for heavy wetters like you." Just then, Denise strolled into the room unannounced, looking as if she were almost ready to leave. "Hi Brooke, how's it coming in here?" she asked, completely ignoring me. "Just changing the sissy into his diapers for the night," she replied with crisp efficiency, looking over the top of my upraised bottle. I drank in the awe-inspiring sight of my wife, framed within the doorway. She hadn't yet put on her dress and her fabulous body was impossible to ignore. Her tall, 5-inch stiletto heels lent her a commanding presence. I reflected with gloominess, looking down at me with an enchanting smile on her face. I could plainly see Denise was excited about her date. It was equally clear she was pleased to see me under control and out of her hair, being put into my diapers and readied for bed like an incontinent toddler. "Can you help me with the zipper of my cocktail dress when you're done?" she asked Brooke. "Sure thing. We're just about done here," she replied as she shook fragrant baby powder over my body. It was terribly embarrassing to be in this position. Her manner towards me was so completely unfeeling. One might have thought she was folding laundry. Denise turned on her heel. I was briefly treated to one momentary view of her body as she returned to her bedroom. "Your mommy seems very happy with her new boyfriend," Brooke said as she drew one side of my diapers up and pinned it to the other corner at my hips. "I think this is date number 3. My spirit sank while I was confined to my nursery. "Don't look so grumpy, Jimmy," she chided me as she drew up the other side and pinned it in place. "You should be happy for her that she's found a man that can finally take care of her. We both know you were never going to be able to do that." My eyes moistened with tears and I looked away, too ashamed to look my pretty babysitter in the face. Taking a pair of shiny white nursery print waterproof panties, she shook them out with a flourish as she held them up before me. "What do you think, Jimmy? Do you think these will look fashionable with your Disney princess top?" I squirmed with embarrassment as she smiled down on me in anticipation. "Or would you prefer these cute pink panties with the lace?" she asked as she briefly picked up a polka dot pair of vinyl panties with white lace around the legs and waist. "Personally, I like the white nursery print, so I think that's just what we'll dress you in tonight," she told me without waiting for an answer. "And anyway, it's not like you'll be showing off for anyone tonight in your crib. These plastic panties are good because they have nice snug elastic around the legs and waist. That's an important feature for bedwetting sissies like you." Gathering them together in her hands, he began snaking them up my skinny, hairless legs. With some effort, she worked them around the considerable bulk of my diapers, ensuring that none of the soft cloth was exposed outside the elasticized seams. "There you are, babykins," she said brightly. "All safe and secure now in your sissy panties. That should keep your crib dry." I whimpered and fidgeted, fussily nursing my milk as she made a few adjustments and checked around my waist. I hated wearing diapers and plastic pants, but like everything else in this house, I had absolutely no say in the matter. After briefly powdering between my legs, she patted the shiny smooth face of my bottoms with satisfaction. "All ready for beddy bye," she announced. "Come on, hurry up and finish your bottle. It's time to brush your teeth and then it's into your crib for the night." I gulped the last of the tepid milk and I could already feel the drowsiness beginning to wash over me. Soon, I reflected miserably, I would be asleep in my crib, helplessly wetting my diapers while my wife was being ravished by some other man. Awkwardly, I stood up and waddled toward the door, my bulky diaper preventing me from completely putting my legs together. Brooke followed me out, slapping the thick seat of my diapers as a way of hurrying me to my task before going to meet Denise in the bedroom. Dutifully, I did my business, wishing I could make use of the toilet like an adult before returning to the nursery. But I was only allowed to brush my teeth and I knew Brooke would be impatiently waiting for me when I finished. I knew from experience that pulling my diapers down or fiddling with them in any way was grounds for a spanking, so it wasn't worth the risk. A few minutes later, I waddled back to the nursery to see her talking with her boyfriend on the phone. "Hey, gotta go," she told him when she looked up to see me in the doorway. "But I'll see you soon. I've just got to tuck the baby in." I also hated having to go to bed so early when everyone else's evenings were just beginning. "Can't I stay up a little longer?" I begged her. "Sorry sissy, mommy's orders. You're to be in your crib no later than 7:30, she said as she glanced down at her watch. Looks like we're about 20 minutes early tonight, but that'll be just fine. But I pouted crankily, it's not even bedtime yet. I stamped my feet in protest at her apparent indifference. Brooke skipped up the big pink rubber pacifier on the dresser and brought it over, pushing it against my lips. Open up for your parky, baby, she said in a sing-song voice, ignoring my point completely. Ah, I refused petulantly, angrily pursing my lips together. Now Jimmy, you can either go to bed with or without a hot, stinging bottom. What's it going to be? She said in a firm, demanding voice. Balling my fists together in frustration, I hesitated, but only briefly. Brooke had no qualms about putting me over her lap to teach me a lesson, as I'd already learned the hard way previously. Acknowledging her superiority, I obediently opened my lips and she pushed the thick rubber nipple into my mouth, ended the discussion once and for all. My cheeks reddened with humiliation at being defeated by this young hottie, but I let her remove my Mary Janes before guiding me to the open side of the crib. She pulled back the soft pink coverlet and I lay down, feeling the cool vinyl plastic of the mattress cover against the bare skin of my legs. She pulled up the blankets and handed my teddy bear to me, tucking it in under my arm. That's a good baby, she said, once more in her pleasant mood. Reaching down, she kissed me on the cheek briefly and I inhaled her wonderful perfume. This one fleeting kiss was as close I got to have any kind of jot, and I savored the instant, wishing somehow to make it linger. But Brooke was already closing the side of the crib, latching it in place before she turned and made for the door. Nighty-night, Jimmy, she said as she gently closed the door behind her. After the door closed, the lights went out and the nursery became dark, save for the dim light put out by my Dumbo night light on the far wall. Denise had designed it that way so that the lighting could only be controlled from outside of the nursery. The door was also only lockable from the outside, and I heard Brooke gently turning the knob to make sure I was secure for the night. It would be another 12 hours before someone came in to check on me. By then, my diapers would be thoroughly and completely soaked. In my utter frustration, I was tempted to spit out the pacifier and let loose with a string of colorful curse words, but even with that, I knew better. A baby monitor stood on the dresser top, a permanent way for Denise or Brooke to listen in on my nursery activities when I wasn't being supervised. Among my other restrictions, I was forbidden to swear. It wasn't worth a spanking and mouth soaping just for a few words said in haste. Except for the crinkling and rustling of my plastic panties and the mattress cover, the room was quiet, and I tried to listen to see what was going on in the rest of the house. Denise was saying something to Brooke, and before long, I heard the front door close. A moment later, I heard the sound of her Lexus pulling out of the driveway and fading away down the street. Without realizing it, I suddenly felt slight warm wetness seeping between my legs and a trickle of pee flowing against my skin. With a panicked gulp and a cry of despair, I managed to shut off the flow, but the damage was already done. Now I'd have to try and go to sleep with a distracting wet spot in my diaper. It was going to be a very long night.
A Sissy's bewitchment. On rejoining Cousin Karen outside Mrs. Hegarty's office, I felt both a sense of relief as well as a sense of dread. Whereas I sensed a feeling of relief to be out of Mrs. Hegarty's office, I could not help feeling a certain amount of dread as to what was going to happen in the future. What's more, I was to now be privately tutored by this tall eccentric lady we had only all just met. It was as if Mrs. Hegarty had made a drastic change from a fairly friendly, amenable shop manageress whilst downstairs to the demon headmistress once she got upstairs into her office. My ever-astute Cousin Karen sensed my confusion and distress as I stood next to her. There was a silence between us for a minute or so whilst I grabbed my thoughts together. After this minute or so, Cousin Karen started to ask questions. Although Cousin Karen had heard the unmistakable noises of a cane landing on its target, she sensed that I was not overly distressed. Bearing this all in mind, she came to the conclusion that I could not have been caned whilst in the office. However, she was curious as to what the noise had been. As well as this, she was frightfully curious as to what had actually gone on in the office. Cousin Karen never thought anything of earwigging on other people's conversations. Since being very young she had learned to fully manipulate the art of earwigging in order to gain information on other people. This information she gained she would store to possibly be used at a later date. As well as this, Cousin Karen had appeared to fully master the art of interrogation. Much the same as what appeared to be the way Mrs. Hegarty said she would be running my private tuition, this could be done the easy way or the hard way. Cousin Karen could either gently coax information out of someone, or she could demand people give her the information. Either way, she would get the information she felt she was entitled to know. However, at this moment in time, she had decided to show a degree of compassion and gently coax the information out of me. I started to explain how I was now to be privately tutored by Mrs. Hegarty at Nanny Mitchell's house and how I would not be returning to my current school. "But she is a witch," responded Cousin Karen, cutting into my explanation. I looked into the eyes of my cousin, dumbstruck as if to question why she had reached this conclusion. "Honestly, Patricia, she is a witch, I tell you," Cousin Karen further interjected. "But there is no such thing as witches," I finally replied. "Yes there is," Cousin Karen quickly responded, "and she is trying to put a spell on all of us. I should know, I am a witch myself." Once again I looked at Cousin Karen quite dumbstruck at this latest revelation. "But I thought witches were things of fairy tales and fantasy," I said, once again in a confused state. "No," said Karen, stamping her foot down as if to emphasize her point. "Witches do exist and Mrs. Hegarty is one. She is manipulating and putting a spell on Nanny Mitchell as we speak. I can tell." It appeared Cousin Karen was now in full flow. However, the information Cousin Karen was coming out with was possibly going to all happen at a later date. When I informed Cousin Karen that Mrs. Hegarty had given Nanny Mitchell school clothing vouchers as well as a £20 note, it seemed that she already knew. How she knew was totally beyond me. I wondered to myself, had she been earwigging? However, I was also starting to wonder to myself if it was true that Karen could see into the future. It appeared that Cousin Karen had been right about many things. It also appeared that Cousin Karen had already known that I was going to be transformed from a boy into a girl. As well as this, it appeared that once I was transformed into a girl, Cousin Karen's attitude would change towards me and would become much more friendly, as if I was a twin sister. I had already noticed that Cousin Karen had started to call me Patricia instead of Peter. Why had she been so quick to do this? Was she in on this as well? Had everyone sat down at a table and plotted what was to become of me? To say my mind was boggled would be an understatement. Cousin Karen herself appeared to be deep in concentration, as if she was having some form of psychic prophecy. Both of us stood silent as she was doing so. It was then that Cousin Karen started to explain to me what may be happening in the future. She told me that she could not as of yet work out as to whether Mrs. Hegarty was a good witch or a bad witch. However, one thing was for sure, she was certainly a witch. It was at this time I noticed that Cousin Karen began to falter a little. On reflection, being so young at the time, this was bound to happen. She had yet to fully master the art of being a witch. One trait myself and Cousin Karen did share was that we were both fairly resilient. Bearing this in mind, Cousin Karen carried on with her prophecies for the future. She told me that she thought that the private tuition Mrs. Hegarty was going to give me was only the start of a much wider picture. She went on to inform me that Mrs. Hegarty was going to become an integral part of everyone's lives. It was also possible that eventually, Nanny Mitchell's house was going to be eventually transformed into a school for special girls. By special girls, she meant girls who were not really girls but ones that showed female traits. Once again Karen was starting to falter a little. It appeared that these revelations that Karen was coming out with were even too much for her bright young mind. Meanwhile, back in the office, it appeared that Mrs. Hegarty and Nanny Mitchell were getting up to all kinds of shenanigans. Instead of drinking cups of tea, which was the original plan, Mrs. Hegarty had brought out the sherry and both Nanny Mitchell and her were having a little tipple whilst discussing the future. For Mrs. Hegarty, the future was looking bright. Finally, she could resume her role as a headmistress. For Nanny Mitchell, the future was also looking promising as she had a new friend. However, after a glass or two of sherry, this friendship was appearing to become a little more frivolous. The conversation about Mrs. Hegarty's use of chastisement as a headmistress had made Nanny Mitchell somewhat curious. This curiosity had resulted in Mrs. Hegarty offering to demonstrate her discipline techniques on Nanny Mitchell. At first Nanny Mitchell declined her offer, however after her second glass of sherry she appeared to be taking on the traits of a giggling school pupil. This had not gone unnoticed by Mrs. Hegarty, who promptly offered Nanny Mitchell a third glass of sherry, which she gladly accepted. "If nothing else it will keep me warm when I go back outside," said Nanny Mitchell whilst downing her drink. "I have something else that could keep you warm," replied Mrs. Hegarty in a matter-of-fact kind of manner whilst picking up the slipper that had been on the table. "It is a well-known fact, Dorothy, that one should never administer discipline that they would not be prepared to receive themselves," said Mrs. Hegarty once again in a matter-of-fact kind of voice. With this Nanny Mitchell giggled as if she were someone much younger. She had often wondered to herself what it would be like to receive a spanking instead of administering one, as she had done so often. Mrs. Hegarty sensed this and took full advantage of the current situation. Meanwhile, back outside the office, myself and Cousin Karen were starting to hear the giggles and laughter of Nanny Mitchell and Mrs. Hegarty. These giggles, however, were broken when we heard the unmistakable sounds of 6 of the best coming from the office. Brit was 17 at the time. She was very popular and absolutely stunning. She was about 5 feet 3 inches, with long brown wavy hair and had a body like Marilyn Monroe. Brit had a secret only very few people knew. She wore diapers, not because she needed them, she just liked them. It started at a very young age when she used to take diapers from her cousins. She even pretended to wet the bed for a month and got her mom to buy her goodnights. Eventually her mom found out the truth. She did not mind that her daughter wore diapers and continued buying them for her. She figured it was better to be addicted to diapers than drugs or alcohol, plus it didn't hurt anyone or anything. Besides, she liked changing and babying her daughter. Brit wore 24/7, she lost her nighttime bladder control and had almost lost control during the day as well. She still used the potty when she pooped for the most part. Sometimes when it was just her and her mom alone, she would poop in her diapers. Her mom didn't mind changing poopy diapers. It was summer holidays for Brit and her mom. Brit woke up to her mom changing her wet diaper. She just smiled and said good morning. Her mom smiled back, said good morning, and said once she was changed to get dressed, they were going shopping in the city today. Her mom did up the diaper, pulled the diaper cover over Brit's diaper and left the room. Brit got out of bed and picked out an outfit. When the two girls went to the city, Brit liked to wear short skirts so people could see her diaper. It was fun for them to watch people's reaction. So as always, she picked out a short red skirt, a nice black belly shirt so the top of her diaper could peek out, a pair of thigh-high fishnets and red heels. She did her hair and makeup and went downstairs. Brit's mom's name was Amy. She was also a very good-looking lady. She was 5 feet 7 inches, long dirty blonde hair, and a curvy beautiful body. Brit always tried to get her mom to wear a diaper, but she always declined. The girls sat down and ate breakfast. When they finished, Amy asked if Brit needed a change before they left. Brit said no and brought her plate to the sink. Her mom giggled, walked over to Brit and grabbed the crotch of her diaper. "Looks like you need that change after all." Brit blushed. "I didn't even realize," she replied. She then went to her room, laid down and waited for Amy to get a clean diaper. She came in and proceeded to change Brit. Before she did up the tapes, Brit felt her mom stick a finger in her bum. Brit jumped and asked what the heck she was doing. "Just checking something was all," she said. Amy did up the tape and pulled up the diaper cover, then went to her room. She grabbed the diaper bag and went to leave the room. Brit stopped and asked if she could diaper Amy. She thought about it for a minute and finally gave in to her daughter's begging. Amy laid down and watched while her daughter excitedly diapered her. Amy grabbed a plastic diaper cover and put it on. She then went to pull up her jeans, but Brit stopped her. "You can't wear that outfit now," she told her mother. "Well, what can I wear then?" she replied. Brit went into the closet and pulled out a blue tube top, black mini skirt, black thigh-high nylons and black thigh-high heels. Amy put on the new outfit and looked in the mirror. "You can see my diaper," she told Brit. Brit just smiled and said, "I know." The girls got in the car and left for the city. On the way there, Amy told Brit she needed a pee break. But Brit told her she wasn't allowed, that's what the diaper was for. Amy thought about it and gave in again, she let it all go. She felt the warmth spread through the diaper. Once she was done, Amy let out a little giggle. Brit asked what was so funny. "I actually enjoy this," she admitted to her daughter. Brit returned the giggle. When they arrived, they went straight to Costco. That's where they bought the diapers, as it was much cheaper. The girls got out of the car, both with soaking wet diapers. Brit's mom hesitated at first. Brit asked what was wrong. "Everyone can see my diaper and it's soaked. Not to mention how much I'm waddling," she replied. "So you don't know anyone here. It will be fun, I promise," Brit assured her. As soon as they got in the store, everyone was looking. Amy was as red as a tomato. They walked straight to the diapers. All of a sudden, Brit's tummy started grumbling. "Mom, I got to go to the bathroom," she said. Brit took one step and just like that she filled her diaper. Her mom giggled. Brit was in shock. She never pooped herself in public before. Then she realized what her mom was doing this morning. She put a laxative up Brit's bum. Amy grabbed 6 cases of diapers and went to the cash register. She had completely forgotten about her very wet diaper. She paid for the diapers and both girls waddled out giggling and laughing. They put the diapers in the car and went to the mall. Brit enjoyed feeling her mess squish around all the way to the mall. She enjoyed it more than it embarrassed her. They finally arrived at the mall. Amy grabbed the diaper bag and they started walking to the entrance. Luckily, the cover kept the stink in so everyone could only see the messy diaper and not smell it. They got into the mall and headed for the bathrooms. But before they could make it, someone stopped them. It was Brit's vice principal. She was a very nice lady, but neither of the girls wanted to talk to them at that point. Both girls went red. They talked a while as if she didn't notice the girls' diapers. But just when the conversation was wrapping up, she popped the question. "So don't mean to be rude, but why are you 2 girls wearing diaper?" Amy and Brit just smiled and said goodbye. They left and went straight to the family bathroom so they could change each other in private. They did not care if people saw their diapers, but they didn't want anyone to see their privates. Brit also didn't want everyone smelling her messy. The mall had an actual changing table that was rather large. Amy laid out the adult changing pad she had and got Brit to hop up so she could change her. Once she got Brit all clean and into a fresh diaper, it was her turn. Brit took off Amy's diaper, wiped her down, went into the diaper bag and grabbed a diaper. Unfortunately for Amy, she left the suppositories in the bag. Brit wanted payback. She grabbed not 1 but 2 of them. Amy knew Brit would get her back, so she just laid there waiting. Brit lifted her legs and pushed the first one in. Amy relaxed, not expecting anything more. Just then she felt the second one slip in. "Hey, that's not fair, I only gave you 1, she protested. "Oops," Brit said with a smile. She did up her mother diaper and the girls left the bathroom. Amy was unsure of when their laxative would kick in, so it made her a little nervous. Eventually she forgot about them and forgot about the diaper too. They walked around the mall, checked out all the stores. They made sure they dropped a lot of stuff so they could bend over, making it even more obvious that they were wearing diapers. The girls bought some new outfits, making sure their diapers would be obvious in them. Amy told Brit that she liked being diapered and she was going to wear 24/7 too. They went into a medical store and bought Amy some diaper covers of her own. They were walking through the mall when all of a sudden Amy stopped dead. The laxatives kicked in and Amy filled her diaper, then went red as a tomato again. Brit knew what happened instantly. "Come over here and sit, Mom," giggled Brit. "You don't look so well, come over here and take a few minutes." She dragged her mom over to the bench and practically pushed her down. Amy felt her mess spread as she sat down. Instead of being disgusted as she thought she might, she actually liked it. Once she sat down, she started giggling. She whispered to Brit, "This is kind of nice," and giggled again. After a few minutes, Amy stood back up and started walking. "Where do you think you're going, miss?" "To the bathroom," Amy replied. "I need changed." Brit giggled and told her that she wasn't going to change her until she had peed in it as well. Amy blushed and said okay. The laxatives weren't done though. As she continued to walk more, she kept messing. It was lunchtime, so the girls headed to the food court. By this time you could clearly see that Amy had a messy diaper. Brit had peed 3 times in hers. It swelled up so much that it made her noticeably waddle. The girls got their food and went to sit down. It seemed as if the whole mall was there and everyone stared. The girls didn't care, however, they just found a table and sat down. Amy giggled as she sat down in her very messy diaper. The girls ate their lunch and watched everyone's reaction. Once they finished their lunch and threw out their trash, they went to finish their shopping. Brit told her mom she needed a change. "Not until you poop again," she smiled. Amy finally peed her diaper and almost instantly Brit filled her diaper. The two smiled and walked to the bathroom. On the way there they made a truce of no more laxatives today. Once they were both cleaned up and had fresh diapers on, they headed to Victoria's Secret. One of the store clerks came up and asked if they needed any help. They told her no thanks, they're just looking. Once the girls got to the back corner of the store where nobody else was, the same girl came up but this time had a different question. "Are you guys ABDLs?" Brit smiled. "Yes, we are." "I thought so." "You two are so cute," she giggled. "I am too," she told them. "There's an ABDL store not far from here. I can write down the address if you would like." "Yes, please," Amy replied. They got the address and left, making sure to thank the girl for everything. They girls made one more stop before leaving the mall. They went into the girls' bathroom, took off their skirts, put them in their purses and left the mall, making sure to take the longest route possible and passing by Victoria's Secret once more. They got to the car and put their skirts back on. Both girls were giggling their heads off. Brit grabbed the GPS, put into address and they headed out. The girls knew what ABDLs were because of research Amy did when she first learned her daughter liked wearing diaper. Neither one had ever been to an ABDL store or even heard of such thing. When they arrived at the store they both were smiling. In the window was an adult-sized crib with an adult onsie and diapers everywhere. The girls got out of the car, took off their skirts and walked in. They spent over an hour looking at everything. There was diapers, clothing, pacifiers, cute plastic diaper covers, even furniture. The girls were in love. Amy bought Brit a cute pink onsie, a pacifier, a few bottles, some more diaper covers and an adult-sized changing table for both of them. Then when Brit was distracted, she bought extra strength laxatives that will make the person lose control of their bowels for a week. By the time the girls went to leave they had both soaked their diapers. The store clerk noticed and told them to use the bathroom there. Amy and Brit walked in and instantly knew why she told them to use it. There was an adult changing table with free super thick diapers. Once both girls were changed into the super thick diapers, they thanked the store clerk and headed home. Brit was smiling and staring at her mom. She knew that she had finally changed her mom into a diaper lover for life. Now the girls had something in common that they could do together. Brit slowly drifted asleep, happier than ever. Discipline machinery. I got into trouble at school for hitting a boy today. I got sent to the office but nothing happened to him. It's just so freaking unfair. Down the hall I go to the principal's office. The principal talks for a while and has a really sad but stern look about her. Finally she says, "It's time, Kelly." Time? Time for what? The little room, Kelly, says Ms. Elskins, the school principal. I've heard of the spanking machine before but never actually seen it. The few kids I talk to have told me it's the most awful punishment you can get. But I've heard so many different things about it I didn't know what to believe. In fact, I really didn't think it was true, to be honest. But from what I also heard, it's supposed to be high-tech and punish a child the most safe and correct way there is, yet render a painful experience which boasts that the child will learn to see the error of their ways. The sooner you go in that room, the sooner you'll come out, says Ms. Elskins. So let's get it over with, and maybe next time you'll think twice about hitting people, cutting class, or being disrespectful. AW blow on it, I say under my breath. Into the room right now, young lady. Okay. I say as I walk into the room. Oh my god. You gotta be shiting me. This has got to be the weirdest and most crazy looking contraption I have ever seen in my life. Well, part of it looks like a control box of some sort. It looks to have a small computer screen. Then some big mechanical arms coming from a big round drum type thing. At the bottom appears to be a platform with a sand pit. Then there's a round wool-like thing with 4 belts hanging from it. That must be the part that spanks you. I step a little closer. Suddenly lights on the control panel light up and some motors turn on. The spanking machine comes to life. I stand there and stare. Step forward, please. A mechanical robotic voice says. I comply. Remove your shoes and socks. What? That's crazy. I pull off my sneakers and my pink socks. Step into the sandpit. I step onto the platform and place my feet in the sandpit as told. Kelly James, correct? Yes, I say. At this point I'm becoming really weary. More than weary, I'm getting scared. I lower my pants. Oh, how awful embarrassing. Can this thing see my privates? I take down my panties. Please bend over and grab the rubber handles. I bend over and grab 2 rubber handles. There is a mold platform that supports my arms and it's really not too uncomfortable. All of a sudden something under the sand grabs my ankles and locks my feet in place. Now I'm more than scared. I'm terrified. I look up and see the computer monitor and it shows info about me. My name, age, weight, and something that says spanking preference number 2 set by parent. What? Suddenly I see mechanical arms begin to move around. Some going behind me. Next. I feel a play of air against my butt cheeks. It must be that wool thing with the belts on it. Yes, that's it. It's coming to get me. I lower my head and begin to cry. Finally the spanking begins. Snap, 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 snap. I begin to cry out loud. I cry and cry just like over mommy's lap. Only this is worse, cause I always know about when mommy will stop. This weird thing I don't know. Snap, 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 snap. Stops. I feel the grip in my ankles loosen and all the sand drains away. Next I see the mechanical arms move back to their starting position. Please pull your pants and undergarments back. I quickly do so. Step off the platform and put your shoes back on. I put my shoes back on as fast as I can. I go running out the door. I hear the spanking machine say, "Thank you, have a nice day." Yeah, right. I run home as fast as I can. Summer with Aunt Laurie. I will never forget the summer of 2001. My mom had went out of town on vacation and left me with my Aunt Laurie. I have always wet the bed and she knew this. The first night I was there, my aunt had me put on a good night's after my bath, about 2 hours before bedtime. Needless to say, I was wet by bedtime. Aunt Laurie got me a fresh good nights and had me change. The next morning I woke up to a wet good nights and wet sheets also. I went and told my aunt and she changed the sheets and then gave me another bath. We then went to the store. She left me in the toy aisle while she went shopping. Only later did I find out what she got for me. After my bath later that night, she told me that she had something different for me to wear to bed. She laid me down and put me in a size 6 Pampers and put my jammies on over it. When I woke up, I was wet and squishy. I had pooped myself while sleeping. While I was getting ready for my morning bath, my aunt asked me if I was dry. I told her no, and she told me to lay down. She untapped my diaper and cleaned me up. After my bath, she told me to lay down. By this time I knew I liked wearing diapers. Aunt Laurie put me in a new diaper and told me if I could stay clean for the day I wouldn't have to wear one the next day. Within the first hour I had pooped again. She knew it right away and changed me. Then she said I would wear diapers the rest of the summer 24/7. Little did she know that was fine by me. She diapered and changed me for the rest of the summer, true to her word. Only she also dressed me and treated me like a baby as well. Anything I drank, I had to drink out of a baby bottle, and when I ate, she had to feed me. I was in heaven. Everywhere we went that summer, I wore my diaper. During the day, she would have me wear overall shorts or a onesie. When I was a little older, I found out that my Aunt Laurie also wore diapers. She didn't poop in them like I did, at least not usually. This is how I found out she wore too. We were sitting on the couch. It was rather hot, so I was only wearing my diaper. My Aunt Laurie was wearing a blue tank top and shorter red skirt. I started to smell poop, but knew it wasn't me. She started squirming on the couch and her skirt came up enough that I could see her diaper. I asked her why she was wearing one, and she told me she liked how it felt. I asked her if she used her diaper and she said yes. The first diaper I ever changed was my Aunt Laurie's. Every summer after that, my aunt and I wore diapers 24/7. This is my true story of how I became a diaper love. A diapered aftermath. Howerton cleared the obstacle and sprinted for cover as explosions rocked the earth around him. He was unsure of where exactly the enemy was, but was only focused on reaching his patient. There was a pause in the mortar fire which he exploited as he took off like a rocket towards where he had heard the cry for a medic. Diving into the shallow trench the soldiers were using for cover, his eyes took in the situation. One of the men had taken a hit in his traps, only missing his Kevlar by a few centimeters. He was struggling to breathe and his teeth were red with blood. Howerton took charge of the man, trying to determine the extent of his injury as the other men in the ditch returned fire. A nearby M240B ripped open a long burst, spraying ammo in a Z pattern over the enemy position. They always said you never heard the mortar round that killed you, and Howerton certainly didn't. He hadn't realized he was airborne until he saw the ground rushing towards him. He felt no pain, which seemed odd to him. He tried to stand, but his legs did not respond. Puzzled by this, he looked down to see his legs had been removed by the blast. Joseph's eyes snapped open. He let out a long sigh and covered his face with his hands. Looking at the clock, he saw it was only 5 in the morning. He didn't need to get up for another hour or so. Julie was sound asleep next to him, a welcome change. He thought about the dream, what it felt like to run again. It was the closest he'd ever get to having his mobility back. He had to remind himself he wasn't a PJ anymore, though not a day went by that he didn't think about it. The sheer rush of it all and the pride in wearing the maroon beret were precious to him. He looked at Julie again. He hadn't given it up in vain. He smiled at seeing her rest so peacefully. It wasn't often that she slept through the night with no disturbances. Putting his mind at ease, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The alarm would go off what seemed only a few moments later. Joseph was quick to silence it, not wanting to wake his wife. Swinging his leg over the side of the bed, he reached down and firmly took hold of his prosthetic leg, lifting it up into position. His right leg was amputated at the knee, a reminder, he joked, of how he met Julie. It only took a few moments for him to attach the pseudolimb and carefully climb out of bed, taking precaution against making the smallest sound and gently shutting the door behind him. Heading down the hall of their one-story home, for obvious reasons, he proceeded into the kitchen to start a pot of coffee. With that done, he sat down in the living room and turned on the TV, lowering the volume and quickly switching to a news channel. Images of the war flashed on the screen as a group of well-educated individuals discussed the ethics of the situation. Joseph simply shook his head as they bantered back and forth. It didn't matter what he thought though, he was wrong. Well-educated college graduates always had the most complete view of war, and they were perfectly willing to share it with you, whether it be through a well-written speech or a PowerPoint if they were really creative. He was more interested in what was going on, not their opinion of what should be done. He could decide that himself. He continued to watch the program, picking up details of the war effort. Things were proceeding ahead of the timetable set, and it was possible troop levels could begin dropping as soon as next year. He was glad to hear it. They had been fighting a long time. That reminded him, Mike and Tom were on leave, something PJs rarely received, and they had made arrangement to meet up for lunch and catch up on old times. He hadn't seen them since he'd returned home, over a year. It seemed like such a long time ago, he thought. He heard the door creak and footsteps come down the hall. Julie came around the corner, her hair strayed in front of her face but did nothing to hide her friendly smile or brilliant eyes. He smiled at her, being easily able to tell she hadn't had another nightmare. "Morning, beautiful, coffee should be ready soon," she smiled back. "Good morning, thanks for making it," he nodded. They were both practically addicted to the stuff. As he thought this, the buzzer on the pot announced the brewing process was finished. He began to rise to remove the pot when Julie motioned for him to stay. "Don't get up, I'll grab it," he thanked her and settled back down. As she walked past him, he heard a barely audible crinkle. Since she was likely dry, she must have forgotten she had it on. Julie pushed the off button on the brewer and quickly sorted through the cabinet before finding 2 mugs. She set them down and filled both up just below the brim. Steam rolled off the top of the dark liquid as she picked both up and moved back into the living room, handing one to Joseph before sitting down to watch the news. She was just as interested in any updates as he was. However, she only caught the tail end of it, meaning she'd have to settle for Joseph's summarization while they got some breakfast together. Despite what Joseph thought she was aware of her current attire, but without caffeine was too apathetic to bother with it until later. With the current program coming to an end, she stood back up and went into the kitchen to begin making breakfast, with Joseph joining her a few moments later. While doing so, she noticed a slight discomfort pressing on her bladder. Deciding she would have to throw the diaper away wet or dry, she decided to indulge in the convenience and continued to crack eggs as the warmth spread across the diaper. Any moisture was wicked away, leaving no sensation of wetness. A little more preparation and breakfast was ready, which they quickly sat down to enjoy, making small talk over the sound produced by the TV. After finishing the meal, Julie went to get ready and hop in the shower, while Joseph made an attempt at cleaning the kitchen. He would finish first and quickly went back to change into more suitable clothing as Julie finished getting dressed. She checked the clock in their bedroom as she exited the bathroom. She was running a little behind. She gave Joseph a goodbye kiss and quickly made her way out to her car and headed to the office she worked at. Joseph worked as a drafter for an engineering firm and was often able to do the majority of his work at home, allowing him to avoid driving, which he found much more difficult with a prosthetic. Satisfied with his clothing, he headed into his makeshift office, consisting of the most part of a desk with a drafting elbow and a variety of instruments on top, ranging from a compass to an electric eraser. He would use a CAD program for the final draft, but found he could generally get a rough sketch done on paper much quicker than in the computer. Sitting down in his chair, he quickly resumed his work from the previous day and was quickly lost in the drawing. Chapter 2. The next time he bothered to look at the clock, it was steadily approaching his meeting time with his old war buddies. Setting his tools aside, he covered the drafting paper with a protective sheet before going and gathering his wallet, keys, as well as a Ruger LCP fitted with crimson trace grips. They didn't live in an area with a high crime rate, but he would rather have it and never use it than not have it and need it. With everything he needed, he locked the door behind him and climbed into his car. The engine took a little coaxing, but it finally caught and started up. He backed out of the driveway and headed for the restaurant they had agreed to meet at. A few minutes' drive later, he pulled into a local sports bar, driving past the handicapped spots and pulling into an empty parking space. He entered to the noise of several big-screen TVs displaying a variety of sports, even one with soccer which he found odd. In the back he spotted two figures in arbus and quickly moved in their direction. Tom caught sight of him and quickly got up to meet him, a grin on his face, with Mike quickly following. Greetings, handshakes, and slaps on the back were exchanged as the three men retired to their booth laughing like the old friends they were. Joseph was amazed at how little the two of them had changed, although Mike now sported a scar above his right eye. Seeing them again made it almost feel like old times, when they had worked together so closely. He almost forgot about his leg, the memories were so vivid. The three ordered food and at Mike's prodding the other two agreed to a game of cutthroat. Leaving their booth they made way to a pool table. It was well worn but still level and without any cuts in the felt. Each man took a pool cue from a shelf as Tom racked the balls. Joseph broke, sending a 3 into a pocket and electing to take numbers 6 through 10. He would miss his next shot, switching off to Mike who knocked in a 7 and taking numbers 11 through 15, leaving Tom with 1 through 5. As Mike lined up his shot, Tom addressed Joseph. "So, how's the wife?" "Good," he responded, "things have been going a lot better recently." "Glad to hear it," was the response. Joseph sighed. "Still, it's not fair though, she doesn't deserve it." "No one does," Tom replied, "that's war though, nothing's fair." "You certainly didn't get a fair deal." "Yeah, but it's different. I have a replacement for what I lost, it's not like she can just go get this fixed," Joseph replied. Tom simply nodded in agreement. Joseph changed the subject. "What about you, Mike?" "Everything well." Mike took a break from his shot, sighed and then shook his head. "No, things are bad, these deployments are killing Sarah." "I'm worried." Both of the others were silent for a moment, a knowing look in their eyes. Mike was the oldest of the group and had been a PJ longer than either of them. Sarah wasn't his first wife. He had been married once before, but his constant deployments had ended the relationship. He was always concerned history would repeat itself. Tom consoled him. "Don't worry about it, man. Deployments are always hard on the family. I think she still cares about you. Just make sure she knows you aren't abandoning her," Mike responded. "Suppose you're right, I want to make this work, but I can't give up being a PJ. I just wish I could explain to her how important this is. It's not about the adrenaline rush or the glory in the end. It's about making sure everyone goes home," he sighed. "It's just hard." "Nobody said it wouldn't be," Joseph replied. Mike chuckled. "No, you're right, I've been a PJ long enough to know that firsthand." The three shared a laugh, diffusing the situation. Their food arrived shortly after and they quickly made their way back to the booth. As they sat down to eat, Mike grabbed their attention. "Hey," Tom and Joseph looked at him as he raised his glass in an informal toast. "That others may live." The other two smiled and clinked their glasses with his. "Hooyah," they said in unison. Joseph took a break from his drawing to rest his eyes. On the paper there was an intricate web of lines that seemed to hold no meaning. However Joseph's practiced, I could see the final image slowly coming together. He heard the front door creak open. Julie was home from work. He got out of his chair and went to meet her. She had a frustrated look on her face. "How was your day?" he asked. She didn't respond at first, giving a small sigh. "Oh, you know, it was just one of those days," she continued. "I'm glad to be home though." "Have any ideas for dinner?" "Actually," Joseph replied, "since you've had a rough day, what do you say we eat out?" "I'll buy," she smiled in response. "That sounds pretty good to me as long as you're buying. I'm going to go change clothes first though, and then we can decide on a place," Joseph chuckled. "By we, do you mean you?" She didn't answer him and instead walked off to the bedroom, shutting the door behind her. He shook his head. "Guess that was a yes," he said, going back to clean off his desk. As he finished, Julie called from the bedroom. "I forgot to ask how was lunch," he replied from his office. "Great, it's always good to see the guys again. I can't believe it's been almost a year since I last saw them." How long are they on leave? Couple months, I imagine they'll spend most of it with their families. He intentionally left out the part about Mike's troubles. I can't imagine what it would be like to only see you for 2 months at a time. I don't know how they do it. It's hard, he replied. Chapter 3. Dinner had been a short affair, though the food was excellent. After they had paid the bill, Julie suggested they go for a walk, as the weather was so nice. Joseph had agreed, and now they were walking down the sidewalk enjoying the clear night. The air had a bit of a bite to it from the cold, but both wore a light jacket to guard against it. There were no clouds to obstruct their view, and a few stars winked in the darkness despite the light pollution of nearby street lamps. With the exception of a man wearing a hooded sweatshirt walking the opposite direction at the end of the sidewalk, the street was deserted. There were hardly even any cars. With exception of their footsteps, hardly a sound broke the silence. It was peaceful and soothing. As they passed the other pedestrian, Joseph greeted him with a smile. "Evening." "Evening," the other man replied, drawing a revolver from his waistband. Houghton's demeanor changed instantly. Adrenaline rushed into his blood, causing momentary panic before settling into a cool-headed disposition. He moved in front of Hawkins. "Wallet now," the gunman said quite plainly. Houghton practiced his draw in his mind as he reached for his wallet. He wasn't going to kill this kid over a couple bucks. He handed it to him slowly as to show no hostility and directed Hawkins to do the same with her handbag. With both the items, the gunman chuckled and with incredible speed and accuracy directed a blow to Houghton's right knee, causing his prosthetic to buckle under him and sending him to the concrete. Hawkins caught the gunman off guard and reacted violently, slamming her fist into his jaw, while simultaneously wrapping her hand around the revolver's barrel, directing it away from her body while trying to wrestle it out of his hand. The gunman fired, the bullet bouncing harmlessly off the concrete and shattering a window. However, the escaping hot gases that propelled the bullet passed through the cylinder gap, singeing Hawkins' hand, causing her to let go instinctively. The gunman took hold of her by her shoulder and threw her to the ground with brute strength while bringing the revolver on her, baring blood-stained teeth. She stared down the barrel, her eyes wide with fear. A small red dot hovered on the gunman's chest and Houghton's LCP snapped twice, sending 2.380 ACP rounds into his chest. The gunman grasped at his wounds as if he couldn't understand he'd been shot, and then fell to his knees before finally sinking to the ground. Julie remained frozen where she was, as Joseph struggled to his feet. "Julie," he asked, shaking her. She was unresponsive for a moment before shaking her head and looking at him, her eyes clouded. "You okay?" She shook her head no. Chapter 4. Joseph opened the door and helped Julie inside. Joseph had called an ambulance shortly after the incident and then was taken to a local police station where he was questioned as to what had happened. Julie had barely said a word in the hours following, and she had a far-off look in her eyes. Joseph hoped it would pass, but he couldn't get her to talk about it, which troubled him. "I'm going to take a shower," she said in a quiet voice. Joseph nodded. She cautiously made her way back to their bedroom, shutting the door. Joseph sat down in the living room, his mind buzzing. The shower kicked on a moment later. Joseph was consumed in his thought. How could he have let his happen? Julie had almost been killed. His guilt tore him up inside. He had failed to act in time. He should have been more alert. Seeking a distraction, he hit the power button on the television. It did little to help him. He felt like a failure. He felt less than human. He felt unworthy to have once been a PJ. He buried his head in his hands and breathed steadily, trying to control his anger. He lost track of time sitting there but knew it had been a while. He was about to get up when he realized the shower was still running. Julie usually took short showers, a result of several years in the Air Force. This was unusual. He wanted to pass it off as nothing, not wanting to disturb her in case nothing was wrong, but he had to make sure. He went back into the bedroom and lightly rapped on the door. No response. "Julie," he called, knocking a bit more firmly. Something was wrong. He opened the door into the steam-filled room, glancing at the fogged mirror. The shower curtain was drawn tight. Julie? You okay? Still no response. Hesitantly he drew the curtain back and his heart sank lower than he knew was possible. His wife was sitting in the tub as the now cool water sprayed over her. She struggled to catch breaths between quiet sobs. He reached over and shut off the water. She did not look at him. Grabbing a towel he covered her with it and got her on her feet and out of the tub. She leaned on him heavily as he guided her into the bedroom. She was almost completely unresponsive. He helped her sit down on the bed. Julie, he asked, begging for a response. She finally answered in an almost inaudible voice. Could you grab my clothes? He quickly did as she asked, going into the bathroom to pick up the stack of clothes she had grabbed beforehand. On the top of the pile was a folded diaper. He came back and handed her the clothes, leaving to give her privacy. She shed the towel and quickly dressed herself, calling to Joseph to let him know she was finished. Her diaper crinkled as she lay down and pulled the bedspread over her. Joseph got down on his knees to wish her good night when she spoke again. Please, she asked, don't go until I'm asleep. Her eyes showed a hint of fear. Taking her hand, he stayed kneeling beside the bed, talking to her soothingly until her eyes finally fluttered and closed. She began to breathe deep and steadily, signifying she was asleep. Joseph reluctantly untangled his hand, which she withdrew. He crept out of the bedroom and gently eased the door shut. He could hardly live with himself. Not wanting to disturb her, he grabbed an extra blanket and made do with the couch. As he lay on the couch, his mind boiled with activity. His guilt assailed him without mercy as he tried to force himself to sleep. Lord, he prayed, please forgive me, because I can't. He wished he could take Julie's pain onto his own back and carry it for her. He had protected her from bullets, grenades, and rockets, but he couldn't fight the enemy she now faced. It tore him up to know that. Joseph eased the car around the turn and accelerated over the flat ground. Julie was in the car with him, smiling that great smile. He couldn't quite remember where they were going or where they had come from, but was content with the ride for now. Suddenly the terrain changed. On either side of the road the ditches deepened to form massive canyons. He paid them no mind though. Then he felt the car lurch as a tire blew out. He had forgotten to check them. He fought for control as the car slid off into the ravine. In the seat next to him, Julie screamed as his vision blurred into blackness. His consciousness slowly came to him. Julie was still screaming. He was on the couch in their living room. He wasn't sure what time it was though. Julie was still screaming. His mind finally snapped into focus. He quickly got his prosthetic attached and ran for the bedroom, almost breaking down the door. Julie was sitting up in their bed, weeping uncontrollably. He rushed over to her and she reached out to him, clinging to him like a frightened child. He sat on the bed and held her in his lap, her sobs continuing. He gently began to rock her back and forth in a soothing pattern as he reassured her in a calm voice. She slowly began to calm down, but she would not let go of him. He continued to rock her, neither said a word. He could feel through her clothing that her diaper was completely saturated. She probably needed a new one. She was silent now as he continued to rock her. He saw her tear-stained face and bloodshot red eyes and felt a knife slide into his gut. She watched him the entire time, her gaze never shifted for a moment. A few minutes later, exhausted by her emotional collapse, she slipped back into sleep, still in his arms. He stood up, still holding her, and gently laid her on the bed. He thought about her diaper. He didn't want to leave her in that condition, but at the same time didn't feel quite right about it. He deliberated for a moment before deciding that if it were the other way around, she would most likely do it for him even if she was uncomfortable. He rummaged through a drawer and grabbed a fresh diaper. As quickly as he could, he removed the wet one and replaced it with the dry, making sure tapes were tight. After disposing of the wet one, he came back, kissed her on the forehead, and sank into a corner. He wasn't going to leave. He prayed in silence as he slowly slipped into sleep. He didn't wake up until a few hours later, and when he did, the first thing he saw was Julie scrambling for the bathroom. He forced himself awake and went in after her through the open door. She leaned over the toilet and began to vomit. He quickly came behind her and pulled her hair back out of her face and began to rub her back. She threw up several more times, each time draining more of her strength. When she was finished, he helped her lean back against the wall as she caught quick breaths. He held a hand against her forehead. She was burning up with fever despite the fact that she was shaking like a leaf. He quickly grabbed a blanket off the bed and wrapped her trembling body in it. He then grabbed a glass and gave her some water to rinse her mouth out, which she graciously accepted. "How you doing?" he asked, sitting next to her. "I guess I feel a little better," she said weakly through chattering teeth. "I'm freezing though." "Let's get you back to bed, huh?" Joseph replied. She nodded and he helped her up, supporting the majority of her weight. He got her back into bed and piled all matter of insulation on top until she felt warm enough. As he retreated back to his corner, Julie called to him. "Joseph, thanks for taking care of me. I hate waking up wet," she trailed off. "It's not a problem," he replied. "Try and get some rest, okay? I'll be here if you need me." "Thank you," she replied. "Love you." Joseph smiled for the first time since before the event. "I love you too." Chapter 5. Joseph woke up to the silence of the morning as rays of light peeked through the curtains into the dark room. Julie was still sound asleep. He crept over and laid a hand on her forehead. She still had a fever. She stirred. He silently condemned himself for waking her. She slowly rolled over and cracked her eyes open. Her voice was a little hoarse. "Morning," she said weakly. "Hey," he replied. "Feel any better?" She shook her head. "No, I feel so weak I'm not even sure if I trust myself to walk." "Stomach?" he asked. She was so tired she couldn't keep her eyes open while answering. "A little better. Could you get me something to drink?" "I'm really thirsty," he nodded. "I'll be right back." He left the bedroom and went into the kitchen to find a suitable container. He was glad she hadn't had another nightmare. Her being ill was nothing great either, but he could at least handle this. He had treated dying men on more than one occasion. A fever was nothing. Going into the back of a cabinet, he pulled out a Camelback, choosing it because of its large capacity and 0% chance of spilling water. He quickly rinsed it out and filled it back up with cool water before sealing it up and taking it back to Julie. She hadn't moved an inch. He guided the tube of the Camelback into her hand. "Remember, take sips," she didn't acknowledge. She placed the end of the tube in her mouth and bit down on the soft end, sucking water through the tube. When her thirst was quenched, she placed the tube on the nightstand by their bed and thanked Joseph. She was promptly out cold the next second. Joseph crept out of the room to let her sleep in peace. She slept for several more hours until she was woken by nature's calling. She tried getting out of bed, but her muscles were limp and unable to support her weight. Frustrated, she relaxed and slipped back into sleep, her diaper now heavier and warmer than when she had woken up. An hour later, Joseph came back in to check on her. Seeing she was asleep, he was about to leave when she called to him. "Joseph, could you do me a favor?" He re-entered the room. "Sure, what do you need?" She hesitated for a moment. "Could you bring me a diaper?" He made no comment and quickly went to grab one. "You need help?" he asked. She nodded. "Yeah, sorry," he shook his head. "Don't worry about it, for better or for worse, right?" She smiled. "Something like that, thank you." "No problem." He quickly helped her out of her wet diaper before taping on the dry in its place. The rest of the day went by in much of a similar way, with Joseph attending to Julie in her sickness. His guilt was momentarily laid aside as he concentrated on making sure she was comfortable, hydrated, and dry. The next day, Joseph was in the living room taking a break from his drawing to rest his eyes. Julie had recovered enough to walk now, but for the most part still remained in bed, still having almost no energy. Her nightmares had decreased in intensity since the first night, but she remained in diapers as she had occasional accidents when asleep. He sat down on the couch and looked down at his prosthetic. He had never quite gotten used to having the dead weight attached to his knee. It was a constant reminder of his limitations. He wasn't the same person anymore. It seemed like he felt incomplete. He was lost in thought and hadn't heard Julie walk down the hall. She moved onto the couch and leaned up against him, her damp diaper crinkled. He wrapped an arm around her. No, he wasn't incomplete, he had been given something better than what he had lost. Epilogue. Several months later. The nurse escorted Joseph into the small room. The white linoleum tile smelled of cleaning products and reflected a warped image of the above world. He smiled seeing Julie lying in the bed and she smiled back, a bundle in her arms. The nurse saw herself out as Joseph approached his wife, her eyes glimmered in the fluorescent light. Joseph kneeled down by the bed and looked at the face of his sleeping son for the first time. He stayed by the side of the bed until Julie began to doze off. He took his son from her arms and laid him in a crib inside the room. He did not stir. When he turned around, Julie had slipped into sleep. Nightmares no longer waited for her. He crept over and kissed her forehead. She smiled. Joseph retired to a chair and soon was overcome by sleep himself.